Hello, welcome to Tabletalkers Prophecy Session 3. Last time, this group of rat catchers made their way to a forest located in northwestern Diakov. Once they made it there, after some random encounters along the way, they interacted with a druid folk and were taken to a repurposed ancient town of some sort located in a cave. After which point in time, they were introduced to Jackson's mother, who seems to be the head of this druidic enclave, and were asked to help deal with the problem of what seems to be a ailing ancient slowly being overtaken by the crystal plague. Agreeing to go in there and help it get through the scenario that it was stuck on, the party submitted themselves to enter whatever dreamlike state it is that they go in there to communicate with it. At which point in time, after a lot of flashes of various memories, the party was eventually basically stopped at a memory of a battlefield of some kind with these crystalline enemies and goo enemies running around and being quite violent, and the ancient itself seemingly partially injured or initial induction, maybe you could say, of the aforementioned crystal plague. At this point in time, I shall give the camera to all of you.
Oh boy. Okay. Well, I'll be running forward then. But what kind of distance scales are we talking here?
Just for a reminder, put here kind of cut out immediately.
Matt's muted.
Matt, you're muted and coming through slightly through Max's.
Yeah, I was gonna ask for a refresh of what everything looked like, because you kind of gave like a vague-ish, quick one at the end of the last one, and then we left.
Okay.
I remember turtle, spider, and slime.
The place that you guys stopped at was basically an observation area, so you could get the full scale of the creature, which is very, very large. And the other part of it was this large-scale battlefield. You could see vestiges of the turtle thing's power, which is trees, rocks, things like that, being thrown and brought to try to section it off from these things, while they were largely fighting each other and every now and then venturing toward the turtle thing. Your guys' exact distance is, as a result, really quite far, but, well, it's a dream thing. Movement isn't quite normal.
You think we're smart enough
Well,
to
that
know
looks
that?
fucked. Turn to the what are we? Yeah, what are three of us supposed to do in this?
Looking around the other druids that were concentrating on things, you can kind of see some of them in this little area as well. If you want, you can probably get one of their attention.
Yes, we need NPC information.
Give one of them a nudge.
Shake their shoulder, son.
They kind of snap out of what they were doing and give a look. They don't recognize you, but they're kind of assuming you're here for assistance.
We would send here to help. What's the situation?
Right, as you can see, it's a battlefield memory of some sort. This ends in some way that we're assuming leads to it becoming, well, getting to where it ends up being. But thus far, we've been unable to ascertain exactly how and complete the scenario appropriately.
Okay, so it has to get underground, and how far away?
It gets away. That's the important part.
Okay.
Our attempts thus far to distract the things have gone poorly. Persuading the creature itself has gone not that great, but maybe we just don't know the words or the correct tactics.
Hmm. Hmm. I have some ideas. What are the consequences if we get stepped on or dropped from a high?
Should you die here? Well, you don't want to do it too many times, otherwise there will be severe consequences for you. But for the most part, you'll just be locked out until the scenario fails. At which point in time, we will make sure that it restarts and everybody's okay. Just
Okay, so
try not to...
Yeah. We get a couple tries at this at least. Maybe.
Absent-mindedly rub my scaly head that no longer has metal barbs. Thankfully.
Sanine, does your door work?
Can I try my door?
Have a door to try it with?
I don't know. Do I have a door?
Not to my knowledge.
Then no. There is no door.
Make an illusionary door. Do that.
Yeah,
thing
I was
that you
going
did
to try, but it's not going to be useful anywhere else though, because they're going to need a door elsewhere.
If any places we've been to exist at this time period, there might be a door. They probably don't, and you're probably right there.
Well, I'll make a door and solidify it. We'll let her try. If we want to. Just checking on that one, because, well, you know, not the most likely to work.
We can try, but I don't think that would do anything.
If it works, we might be able to just make it small or polymorph or something, go through a door, leave.
Fair. I'll make a door, make it solid, and let Sidine try. Graph some of the smoky green clouds pouring out that oscillate into roughly shaped and then just kind of suck into a more solid form and come back down.
Have a doorway.
He's gonna try the door.
Where are you going?
Back to the tavern.
Which one?
What?
Which one?
Just thinking about back in your family.
Oh, my tavern.
Okay. Okay, well, you
Duh.
activate your thing. You think it's supposed to work? It does work. Through the little warpy thing, you can see a kind of like your house, but you're experiencing it via dream. So you can tell something's off, but not really what. Little image of...
Do I see Valen?
No.
Oh.
Wait, do you think he'd be there?
Probably.
What'd you think he'd be doing?
Probably sitting at the front desk. Probably either bitching to Robot about clients, or maybe reading.
Okay, then that seems about rightish.
Yeah.
Don't look right,
Oh.
but they're there.
This. No.
Can I talk to through the door? I don't remember.
I don't remember how long it stays open.
I think you
Not
said
very
it stayed open for like long enough for a few people to shuffle through and then closes.
So probably
Yeah.
like an action and a half-ish.
Like,
Around
probably
is
like,
normally how these things work.
probably like 10 seconds.
If it's like teleport through plans or all that stuff, it's normally like till the end of your next turn.
So yeah, like a round and a half-ish.
Excellent.
Whoa, it's there. All right, so that's one option. So you're to try and convince and change that, and then I guess try and polymorph it.
It accepts it. I don't know. How big can you make your illusions?
Looking over at the turtle. Not that big.
Didn't think so.
Pretty limited on that. About
Okay, well, fastest way of
10
travel.
foot cube.
Fastest way of travel. Probably if I turn into a giant bird and you guys ride on my back.
You can do that.
I did it on the way when we escaped the castle from the Lich necromancer thing.
You were a little out of it.
You were a bit roughed up.
You just got like punched in the face with some whoop with some pretty extreme winds, you know, whiplash. Probably a little deaf.
Probably a little bit close. Anyways, okay. Time to be a giant bird. We'll see where things go.
Okay, so you form of giant eagle and not bucket of water,
Yes.
but just two short people who can grab onto a giant eagle.
Yes.
Two tiny chuckle fucks.
And you take off in that direction, and you're there very quickly. Because you have verticality, you can be just about anywhere you want to be on it.
Gentle. That's recorded lower. Gentle, gentle.
I would like to go towards the head some.
Okay.
Actually, is this thing literally just like giant turtle?
It's more like a mountain given turtle form. So
It's like Zaratan.
kinda. Except a bit like more stonier and like war built, if that makes sense.
Adamant tortoise.
He's got a spiky complexion.
All right. Let's see if we can get a good spot on the head.
It's possible to discover one. The creature itself is freaking out though, so it's a bit difficult to get a proper landing zone. I don't know what eagle stats are, but I'd probably say a dex check.
Look, man, this thing is. With how big this thing is, its head is a giant landing area.
Oh, it is, but it's also swinging it and filled with spikes.
Fair enough. All right, we're starting off good. 18.
All right, you were not
Oh,
impaled.
shit, so literally good.
It's
Find
okay.
somewhere
If
to
I
sit.
would have been impaled, I would have just gone back to Jackson and we would have fallen.
Might be a bumpy ride.
Might be a bumpy ride or a spiky one. But okay, we're here.
Well, first of all, you gotta grab a little bit of that green magic, that green mist, wrap it up into a small little marble-sized one, and just flick it right into Stonewall's head, and give him one bit of bardic inspiration. We're gonna need it.
Smells
That was the
kinda
most
funny.
distracting bardic inspiration I think I've ever seen.
I know,
Smells
that was
kinda-
great, right?
I don't know what you just did, but it smells kind of funny, but not in an unpleasant way.
It's like South Peppermint.
A hint of old parchment, so you kind of need to poop.
Shh. That's the surprise he's gonna get later.
Right.
Ew.
It's okay, I can turn into a giant eagle and just shit on my enemies.
Again, ew.
I'll mark that down as expended.
And you'll get
Alright,
your shit back
so-
if you guys fuck up and die.
Okay.
Oh, it counts like it's a full reset on our abilities
Yes.
too.
Like it's not, alright, we're time 3 and I've spent all my shit. I guess I'm gonna just use these flags.
Alright, no spells. Time to charge with the axe.
If I hit it
Hold
enough
on.
time.
Hold on. I don't got anything. I could detect its thoughts.
Alright. Alright. What is this thing made of? Is it actually just full on turtle?
It mount. It made of stone.
Let us connect to the stone then.
trying to do your little interact with the element this stuff, right?
Yes.
Cool.
The sorcery of connection to stone and steel. I will try to connect.
Okay.
Fish.
Let me analyze.
While you're realizing, hey, Sanine, but you can't hit that one over there, and I point at one of the crystal thingamajigs.
They're really far away.
With what?
I know, but you just said distance is wonky as hell. So we don't know what that means. It'd be funny as hell, wouldn't it?
I mean, I might be able to. How far away would it be?
In normal scenario, really fucking far.
In this scenario.
I don't know, you want to try to take a shot at?
Sure.
You want to roll for confidence?
Yeah.
What one you aiming at? We got flying ones, we got big ones, we got soldier ones, we got goo
Oh,
creatures.
the big one. Oh, the big one.
Donka spider.
I'm rolling for confidence. $16 on the die.
Understood. I'll get back to you.
Okay.
Okay. Jackson, as you interact with this thing and you try to, like, imbibe its energy with your own, okay. Interacting with it, it's like an old glove. It's the stereotypical, like, familiar feeling. Except that it's alive. You can feel its power, everything that you normally do, but functionally, it's just like a slightly more, like, interactive, I guess you could say, feeling, as to whenever you just stonify your skin. It's more of an energy thing, so you don't really get mental aspects at this time.
Alright. I don't know what I'm doing from here. Is Sanine just over there with like a bow or crossbow pulled out? Or like her crossbow pulled out?
And as you're reflecting, Sanina, pew!
Pew!
You just see, way off in the distance, a little, like, crystal tip of a spider.
Good shot.
Thank you.
And it cranes its head.
We could just agitate the big spider.
I was confident in that shot. I had so much confidence. I oozed it.
Keep doing that till it breaks. Maybe that'll get us out of here. Giant turtle? Can you understand me?
Actively maintaining your little energy thing, or just talking to it?
Trying to. Just
Okay.
kind of kneeling on the ground, one hand on turtle.
You get the feeling of understanding. Less of a proper, like, word or thought, but more of just the sensation of.
Alright. I'm gonna say something that sounds pretty crazy. But I need you to trust me because we're here to try and get everyone out of this okay. We have been sent here from the future by druids in an attempt to help save you. Because in the future, we've seen you, so we know you're alive. You just have to work with us, okay?
What you get back is a feeling of it doesn't really know, understand, or care these details that you're saying to it. It just wants to escape its current situation.
I can work with that.
Hey, Sanina,
Alright.
that spider you shot's getting a little close.
Oh no.
And you
Put
can
your
see it's
hand
bringing
towards-
some additional units with it.
Oh god,
Oh
oh no.
no.
They're
Now
still
I
a ways
have to
away.
shoot it again.
Alright.
Maintain violence.
I'll pull out
Alright.
rapier and use thunder shots to help her.
You're just doing that in the background.
Oh.
Alright. May I cast a spell upon you?
You may.
Alright. I will turn you into a giant bird and give you a direction to fly towards, from which point we have a magical escape portal.
Okay, now you're going to get back some more like specific information due to its nature. Essentially, you get the feeling that it was shaped in a certain way, and that certain way may not be reshaped.
I will try the polymorph anyway, just to, you know. Well, no, if I'm actually getting the feeling of that, yeah. Alright, never mind. It seems I cannot use that magic on you.
Just in the backdrop of the shot, there's just blasters being fired at these incoming enemies.
Oh god.
How big of a land wall can you make?
Land wall?
Land wall.
Get the idea, it can make some pretty damn big ones.
Alright.
And looking down, it's currently doing that in order to keep most of the things, including the pissed off giant spider and its tiny horde, from coming this direction.
Alright. Get the crystal thingies and the goopy stuff mixed together in a dome if you could do that.
Yark, don't worry, I know how to deal with these spiders. Hop on
Is
my
it anything like this that I'm just
hop on my shoulders. We need to make ourselves appear bigger.
I'm intrigued, I'll join.
You've posited
Or,
a...
wait. How about you hop on my shoulders?
She's
Who's
taller than
stronger
you.
here?
That's why she should be on top.
Who's stronger, me or you?
Their bit continues in the background. You've
We can
posited
find out
a
real quick.
dome. It stops for a moment. And then, in place of walls that were just kind of sort of keeping them in the same general area, you can now see that it like takes away mass that they're currently standing on, so some of the things in the middle fall, and then relocates that to create a large stone dome around the combatants. Some of the flying ones, however, they can't grab them in time. The dome starts to rise up and they just escape.
Hey, you two. Shoot the fly ones. Welcome.
Do what? Do what? You're kind of
Flying
quiet over
one.
there. Flying ones. We hit flying ones?
Flying one.
Flying
Shoot.
ones.
The ones that aren't in the dome.
Flying
Okay.
ones it is.
Alright, so we found you underground.
But are we stacked?
Can you...
Sanine puts York on her shoulders, starts flailing arms.
No.
Can you do some kind of melding with the earth?
Okay, real quick, you guys are on a moving structure and that's happening there. Sinina making an acrobatics check.
Oh god.
And now,
Oh god.
this is why I got low to the ground.
Don't. Nat 20.
Okay, York does not fall off
26.
and begin to bounce along the
Oh,
spikes
God.
to his death.
Do I use
Yes.
the... Matt, you should probably keep inspiring me.
I will, but I can only give you one at a time.
Is it a D8 for you at the moment?
Yes.
Okay, because I'm going to use a D8 here. Okay, that's much better. 19.
For what? Oh, no, you didn't have to make the check. Just them, because they're doing...
Oh, I thought
We're doing stupid
I thought you were having all of us make it.
No, just
No,
the
it was
one
us
that left
for
the
being
ground.
idiots.
Sorry.
I had a 12 and thought I was about to just start rolling off the turtle.
Oh, there he goes.
It's us because we're sharing a brain cell.
That's about how these partnerships work, isn't it?
Yeah,
Something like it.
absolutely.
All right, hold on. We got to take out the higher ones. That's the challenge.
You two are shooting these things, but they are problematic to shoot. Essentially, you can land hits on the bigger ones, but due to their, like, constructed nature, it's obviously a crystal that is animated. So it doesn't really care if you make it smaller, so long as it can maintain the various magical avenues that are allowing it to fly in the first place.
God damn it. I'm learning how to dispel magic as soon as I can.
Hey, you're
It
shooting
has
farther than
consistently been a problem.
Hey, right, you're shooting farther than you normally can, right? That's way
Yeah.
the fuck out there. Okay, just dispel it. Just do it.
I don't have that.
No, I thought you had that.
Did you not just listen to what I said?
No.
I also can't do that.
I can stop it in the midst of it enacting, but catching it when it's going is a bit harder.
I believe you had another
Okay.
thing for it to do.
Can you meld with the earth? Can you just meld with the earth potentially? Is that a thing that you can do? I know some druids and spellcasters can do similar things.
You get the idea that yes, it can, but currently the crystal source is down there.
Alright. Well, you've got a dome over them. Let's start going.
It's making its way, but it's obviously built for defense, not speed. And the flying horde's becoming a problem.
Alright.
Is it like a lot of like small like flying constructs then?
Yes.
Just so I know it, or okay.
And they can no longer access the goo targets on the ground because they're in a dome.
It's okay, the goo targets are with the big crystal.
Yeah, they're thoroughly distracted, but these guys aren't.
York,
Yeah.
give us a firing squad to help out with yourselves.
It's not great for that, but it can do. It's not great for that. We'll just say.
It does deal psychic damage. No, it doesn't. It deals a d6 of whatever damage. Never mind. It's less useful than I thought it was.
D6 of physical damage.
Okay. Time to chromatic orb sonic at one of them.
Hold on. Let's see if I can get this out. I don't have anything there. I don't have a lot of combat stuff, guys. That's kind of up to you. I'll viciously mock them. How do you mock a crystal? You're looking brittle today, boy.
Oh.
But
Like the diamond you could be.
You're not very shiny.
But firing thunder energy at one, you can roll a dice to see if you fail hilariously.
15.
You don't fail hilariously. It impacts the crystal and the crystal shatters. But the magical essence of said crystal is not lost. And now there's a bunch of teeny ones.
Alright, stop shooting it, we're making it worse.
I'll turn them to fucking dust if I have to, Fireball.
Fire on crystal, interesting idea. Okay. So you fireball a large area of it, and you can see the ones that you hit turn into slag. And go towards the ground.
Alright. Fire it is.
The kind of like following it just to see what the fuck happens down there at the bottom. You can kind of see it begin to kind of like recreate its form as best it can. It looks like it has to cool or do something first before it takes final effect, though.
Either of you two have any fire?
A little bit, and I guess my blade will start to cut itself on fire.
Okay, but can you hit them over there?
No.
Thanks for the vote of confidence.
I have all the confidence in you that I can.
We'll say good plan, but that's a more of a single target on their end. It looks like this is going to call for one hell of an AoE or area denial.
Look, man, Fireball's the biggest I got.
Catch had wildfire.
I took that off after it was useless in literally every encounter. No,
Sorcerer got limited spell slots. Spell choices.
I have Blight because we were going into Druid stuff potentially. Revivify.
Standardly a good call.
And Goodberry because I've not taken Goodberry off.
Goodberry.
Because that was what Sanita and Stonewall were eating mostly for travel.
Alright.
Still
Interesting
are.
question. What's the biggest crystal guy in the sky right now?
There are still a couple large ones. But
Well,
exactly are you
looking
looking
for? I'm just gonna find the bigger one that looks like more threatening because I can't do the little guys. I am not combat equipped. And I was gonna cast Phantasmal Force to see if I could at least slow one of the bigger guys.
Okay, that's an int save on its part. Animated rocks known for their intelligence.
Absolutely.
What are you phantasmally forcing?
I was gonna have something from below, like some of the goo. If its mind would just like suddenly splur up, slap, like latch onto its face, whatever. It seems like its face, maybe something to slow down what it's using since, and attempt to try and blind it with the goo as it tries to eat into it and burn into it.
Okay.
And it takes D6 of psychic.
Also, Eric, Wall of Fire is smaller than Fireball.
I don't know what things do. It's just more of a, like, if things hit this spot.
Yeah, but they'll just walk through it in one go and then...
But you see the one that you're trying to mess with mentally begin to swerve and behave erratically.
Alright, time for more Fireball.
Got one. I don't know if it matters. It takes 2 psychic damage.
Not really at this point in time.
That's fair.
More fireball, more slagified crystal things.
How many you want me to mark off? Because I got a lot I can do.
Well, if that's all you're using your spell slots for. Unless you have something else to tell the big giant thing to do. Otherwise, it's just going away at turtle speed. Which, I mean, it's doing its best.
Jackson, did you understand it?
Kind of. Like an emotional connection, kind of. I get the gist of what it's feeling and trying to do.
Oh, it's not a language barrier issue. Can't solve
And
that.
it understands
I can speak with animals.
Not an animal.
He's not an animal.
I'm trying to see what all I have.
Got any ideas?
Not exactly.
Alright,
Good
wait.
ones.
No, I have an idea. Alright. I'm going to cast something so we can go a lot faster. Can I cast fly on it? Can I cast fly on it so it's got a 60 movement flying speed?
Does that have a restriction on it being a medium creature?
I don't
No.
believe fly does.
Fly is just any creature.
Huh.
DM's discretion here, but...
Well, it doesn't mess with its non-changing forms, so... Giant flying turtle, I guess.
It's just a willing creature.
Alright. Alright, we have 10 minutes, or unless for some reason I go unconscious or otherwise lose concentration on this spell.
Let's hope that doesn't happen. How's the one dude doing? Is he like kind of falling behind and out of the way yet?
Yeah.
Because I'm just gonna swap to another one and slap it out again to try and slow them down as they're getting closer.
Rock things known for their intelligence. Okay, so another one begins to go haywire in some way, shape, or form, and now we have a giant flying turtle. That, whereas it's not faster than the other things, they're now having to expend significantly more energy to keep up with it and try to catch up to it.
Look, man, we gave it a 60-foot movement speed.
That it's using to dash, so it's doing the best it can. About yourselves times is not time if nothing else.
Wonder how those slimes are doing in there with the crystal.
Unknown.
Is it starting to... Quick question, by the way. We were coming in. Was it already starting to be crystallized?
Yes.
It's already been caught in the memory, too.
It has
already... all I wanted to check.
Been caught.
Oh, shit. I have Fire Blast bolts. Although that shot against those tiny ones would have been a pain.
Still try.
York.
Bought yourselves time.
Can you get... Where's the crystallized at? Like some of its leg?
Yeah.
See if you can break some of that off.
With what? This is a mountain.
Shoot it at the top. Maybe it'll cause a rock slide of the crystal shit off.
I'd rather not anger the thing we're riding on.
I agree with that.
Toto, would it be okay if we broke some of that crystal off of you?
Get the idea that it doesn't know.
Okay, we're going to try. We're going to try. If it hurts, just let us know. Also, is there a name you would like to be referred to as?
There is not.
All right, I will continue to call you Turtle then.
All right, I guess. Can we see the crystal spot from here to aim at it?
Since it's looking where it's trying to fly, not really.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
This isn't the smoothest ride you've ever been on. As much as it can, this thing's booking it like your ears and coat are kind of flapping in the breeze.
Oh yeah.
What? Those druids in the background just watching the mountain lift up and start to fly away.
They don't know what to do.
This has never happened in their drills before.
It's a promising sign.
Yeah. Man, I wish I could target more people with Phantasmal Force when I upcast it.
You just have a swarm of angry flying crystal killer bees.
They can have another fireball.
Will getting rid of the crystal do anything?
What, Eric?
It's slag.
No slag, yes. Gotta cripple some of their forces.
Problem with the dome is that basically the flying things were like, oh shit, phew.
Yeah, but maybe the slimes will eat the big one.
That doesn't sound good.
I don't know. It might.
If this were real life, you're probably right. But with this being a memory, we just need them to distract each other. Eh?
Were Yorick and Sanina doing something?
I'm debating if I should actually try to break this crystal off, because it feels like a dangerous prospect to try and get down there.
You gotta get there, then you gotta see if you can get it off of it, and if it's not, like, gonna do anything.
Hey, York. Could you make an illusion thingy, like, that would stick to the surface and not just fall off, and give it, like, a hammer or a pickaxe or something?
If I could see it, maybe? It'd be a challenge.
I don't know. Make some shit up in your head. That's how a lot of illusion magic works.
Yes, I'm aware of how a lot of illusion magic works. I'm more worried about the process of, getting to see it.
No, just
Oh, boy.
make something that can stick to walls and just have it walk down there to go get it.
I have to direct it to see it. I have to see it to direct it.
You can't just give it instructions to go down there.
I don't think so. Yeah, no, because if I'm right, like Eric, it's kind of like the spiritual weapon kind of orders, right? Like I have to be able to direct it. It's not just a living creature that can follow orders.
To my knowledge, well, no, it does not have its own sort of sentience whatsoever. It's one-to-one, exactly what you tell it.
Step by step. I have to puppet it step by step, right?
I don't know what illusions you can cast that you can even make move outside of your realm of sight.
Well, just because range is weird, I wasn't thinking about range too much.
I was just thinking sight.
Yeah, sight's the problem. Well, I guess I could try, and I'm gonna try to move around to get inside, I guess.
Okay, that's going to be quite the perilous undertaking. You're basically trying to mountaineer something that's flying.
I know this is a potential to go really bad, but I have 2 emergency save me cards.
So I guess acrobatics or athletics?
Right. Let's use this one tonight. Oh no.
What time of day is it?
Looking up, it looks like it's a bit before noon.
16. Acrobatic 16.
16? Okay. Is Selena doing anything?
Nope.
Just staying up there on the head. Gotcha.
Yep.
16. Right. So...
Yeah.
You occur some wounds, because shit be spiky.
That's fair.
But you do eventually kind of manage to get your way down to where you can get a better view of the crystallization that it's undertaking. Basically, you can see on its leg, it looks like you can see a large stab wound and it kind of like spreading from there in more of like a fungal pattern.
That does sound great. That sounds like there's no good way to guarantee I'm getting the crystal off.
Everybody knows how mushrooms work. They go in first.
Yeah. Oh, man.
And, just turning around, looking at the angry bumblebee horde. It's there. Turtle's fucking booking it.
Well...
There are less now than there were.
Shit.
That's good.
Here's where I pull maybe a bit more of a strange move. So the image created has to fit within a 10 by 10 square cube. But once it's created, it's solid and it can do its own stuff, right?
For the most part, but like I said, a illusionary ballista does not include illusionary ballista rounds. That can leave the illusion.
I wasn't gonna ask that. My mind went to this massive centipede that's in its coiled up form to pack as much of it as it could into the 10 by 10, make it solid, and then let it unfurl into its length to try and start like using the very like hard, like chitinous pickish legs to break things.
Okay.
And hopefully stick to walls better. Tell me no if you want, man.
I'm just trying to understand, like, the end goal here. It's basically just a real big fuck off centipede that's
That might
basically
be a better time digging into the crystals and breaking
equipped
some
for
of it off.
excavating.
Yes.
Okay. What spell are you using for this?
I use silent image to make it a 10 by 10.
Okay. Just
I gotta
counting
wait till
us.
next level to get what I really want.
Alright. It makes a centipede. You can see your inky magic go into it. Solidifies it. And then you see it begin to chip away at the crystal there. However, as it does so, you can see various facets of the crystal begin to sharpen into points and, like, defensively pierce into the centipede.
So very quickly, my centipede is gone.
Assuming it continues to attack, yes. It's basically a
Wait,
1
does
for
it
1.
have any- Well, as soon as I see it's not working, I'll have it crawl back up and pick me up and use it to ride it back to the other people.
Okay, watching it
There's no
finagle itself out of the crystal spike is horrifying, but you do so.
This is always going to be horrifying from the start.
He's seen the GIF.
Gif of a centipede impaled on like a toothpick or something?
Yeah, he's
So
seen
the
the
GIF.
GIF
Ah.
Yankee.
Ah, okay.
He's seen the horror psychic shit show. Whether he wanted to or not.
I did it, but, you know, they didn't ask.
They put things
No
in your
consent was given, GIF.
It's a sad hippo man
Anyways.
somewhere.
No, GIF,
So-
not GIF, GIF.
So as a giant elemental rock construct thingy, do you feel emotions and pain and that kind of stuff?
Okay, you're being conversational with it. Basically, you're gonna get back a sense that it was built for a purpose. It experiences and feels things useful for that purpose. So it doesn't have much of a personality outside of do this thing. It experiences the things like fear and things like that that are survival stuff. It doesn't really have a lot of like goals, aspirations, opinions.
What were you made for?
Essentially, you get back that its purpose is to war with the gods.
Hmm. And how were you supposed to be able to do that aside from being a giant mass of the land itself?
You get the mental image of an enemy army, basically bedecked in red and other fiery accoutrement. And part of their members being like this big dragon thing. And you basically see it stomp, and then just the spire of earth comes up and impales most of the things on the field of battle.
That's pretty awesome. Okay. I don't know how that would kill a god, but I'm not sure how those live and die exactly.
Upon
Not my
that,
profession.
you get the idea that it is not to kill another god, it is to war with them.
Just to war with them, not to kill.
It is not capable of doing such, but it can act as a strong force.
Is this... Do you know what the crystal thing we're fighting over there is?
You feel it trying to access something, but it can't.
Is it not it is not a god, is it?
You get the idea that this new problem arose. You're seeing images of the goo creatures. And then an attempted solution from those affected has gone awry.
Okay. I've seen the goo creatures in my time. We killed them with acid, or something similar to them, with a lot of acid. Can you do acid?
You get an image of things like sulfur pits and things like that.
Okay. Okay. How far away can you do your stuff? Because could you just fill your dome over there with acid? Make a giant just pit of death.
You guys have been traveling for slightly less than 10 minutes because flight. But
Yeah.
you get the idea that it's probably at the max range, if not like slightly too far. For something of that scale.
My spell's going to end soon, anyways, so we'll have to land shortly. I don't know if you need a connection to the Earth to actually use your abilities, but
It does.
also, if you're made for war, listen, I haven't seen these crystal things in the future. Smashing them seem to break them apart. Let's see what some acid does to them. See if we can kill them all with it. Shoot a acid chromatic orb at one of the flyers.
Okay. Hit one of the flyers with a glob of acid. You see the initial impact, like, melt away some of it, but it looks like outside of the mild annoyance, you've just cleaned it. Now it sparkles.
Alright, acid doesn't work with them. Any chance you could do something with, like, magma or lava from the Earth?
You get the idea that's not its specialty.
Damn. I was hoping we could just go and make a crater of fire, acid, and death and kill them all. Okay. One thing at a time, then.
Come
We haven't
back over.
Georgie
haven't seen
arrives on a giant centipede.
Oh, what the fuck is that?
Don't worry about it. It's friendly.
It makes no
Yeah,
noise
yeah.
as it chatters, as it fucking
Does not
skitters.
look friendly.
Like the most
You know
noise
what?
it would make is the hard plates just clunk 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 together as it clacks.
You know, I told you to come up with
Ew.
something from your imagination. I was not expecting that.
Like, you can hear the
Wait,
impacts
why?
on the earth, but the creature itself makes no noise. Its image is silent.
So how'd it go down there?
Ew.
Not great. The crystal started defending itself. Not going great for us.
There's this
Oh,
nice,
that
perfectly
one?
circular hole in the side of the centipede, since he's talking about that. You can just
Yeah,
see
like-
through it.
Yeah.
I don't suppose you can just, like, disconnect part of yourself, Dodo?
Get the idea that not really.
Alright. So at this point, have we left behind everything but the flying guys for the most part?
Basically. But those guys are
We
going to
have to-
become a serious problem once you stop flying.
How much flying guy are there?
There was really quite a lot. There's probably like 100, if not more. There's a
Okay.
bunch.
I have an idea. I have a great and wonderful and possibly terrible idea.
Yeah.
So, normally in the real world, I don't know if this would work, but here in this somewhat weird, strangest world, can I try to reach out to the crystal, and I'll like blow spell slots or whatever I need to do on this, and try to tap into it to use its wind a bit more to like, to slow the things down, like to cause the air to be turbulent behind us, to cause problems for those following us, blow them out of the sky.
Well, what you're
Just, like,
asking
reach
there
out
is
with that
to
magic.
use your bonus action to activate your thing. And
Absolutely
then,
will.
once you have form activated, you're seeing what you can manage utilizing the dream scenario.
Dream scenario, I'll blow spell slots as needed and such.
Well, you are currently in dream scenario. the energy it is drawing from is questionable, though. At the active presence of something like that, the turtle itself will be greatly surprised and immediately, like the spikes get spikier.
Oh, so it doesn't like that, does it? Oh no.
But what are you trying to do?
Well, the thing about this one is you told me to describe it is it was kind of like a wind.
Yeah, that's the wind elemental one.
And I was just trying to whip up it came to mind like strong winds force dangerous things on flying creatures. I remember, and it was just thinking about just like gale force gusts or anything behind us to inhibit or distract creatures to slow them down to give.
So
us
it sounds like you're trying to give them basically a downforce.
A downforce, a backed force, anything just away from us. Downforce would be great to force them under the ground and out of the fight.
I think on this one, you just let the spirit handle it. You gotta save, because it's dice, right?
Of course.
That's not the best save, but there's like a lot of them, so I'll roll a bunch of saves, or like maybe
just
roll
3
more.
Just like lead and whisper to it and like, hey, this is the time. I think one of your buddies could use it. Let's see if we can't.
Maybe don't phrase it that way. They are not friends.
They're not friends. Sorry. This is sorry. I just got. Oh man, it feels weird.
The enemy of us.
The enemy of the enemy. Let's get rid of these things.
But that's how the crystal things got made.
Yeah, look at them. Get rid of them.
Everybody hates those things. Fuck those things.
Let's see if we can't get rid of them. Stop them from
Apparently,
getting success, being successful again.
Okay. So you channel this thing, and you're essentially just saying, do whatever the fuck you can do.
Just wind.
Yeah. It understands your intention. So the air around all of you, it kind of gets swooped up, like immediately. You can just feel a upward current everywhere. Those of you that have hair, it's blown vertically upward. It's weird. And then looking in the sky, you can see this like faint jade energy begin to coalesce in a big giant ball. And then smash down on a large portion of the things that are following you. At which point in time, it seems that they are unable to withstand the force of it, and they are brought careening into the earth.
Holy shit!
And then your form fades.
Can you believe that works?
Smash those fuckers.
If Matt's talking, he's muted.
I haven't said anything. I was just trying to think about it. Like, I could try. I guess I have to throw attacks out to keep being able to go into the form.
Alright.
Actually, no. If I'm concentrating on that one, it's continuously doing damage every round.
Turtle.
Or do I have to spend my action to proc it?
Redefine your question.
The charge is on the
round unless you keep hitting.
No, not that. I have concentration on a spell that's doing damage on somebody.
Oh,
I have to spend my action.
You're phantasmally forcing them. No, you don't have to spend your action to whatever. I'll let that count because you don't really deal damage.
I was gonna say, if I have to, I'll throw out bolts with the rapier. I just wanted to see what I needed to do to be able to charge that back up for another big nuke in case they come after us again.
Essentially, it wants you to attack due to the nature of that. That's effectively like half of one because it costs you nothing. But
yeah,
that's assuming you're going to be mainly using actions to do other things, so you can still get use out of the thing.
I don't have a lot of attacking and damaging things, admittedly.
So I will allow 2 passive things to work for you. That goes for your solidified shadows as well.
Okay. And then I guess if they pick up and try to come after us again, I'm just gonna sit here and wait with them and say, all right, buddy.
You try to channel it again.
If not.
If not?
I have commands for Turtle once they're on the ground.
I was saying, I get if this is kind of one of those I don't get to do repeatedly things, it's kind of like we made a big hurrah of it all.
You try to channel it again, there's significantly less it seems capable of doing this time around. Apologies.
Alright.
It's like, that's good.
Alright.
That's okay. You bought us a lot of time.
Turtle's flight is over. He's got to be back on the ground anyway, so... Alright, we're far enough away from that dome. Don't care about it anymore. Do whatever you can to stop the flyers from getting back up. Earth spikes, pillars, dome. You're a being of war. Destroy as many as you can there.
Okay. You see it do a stomp, and most of the terrain turns into this, like, more sulfurish swamp type area. The ground becomes difficult terrain, and since these things are mainly built for sky and things like that, it looks like a lot of them that got sent downward are now basically just stuck there. And you can see the areas around those things begin to solidify a bit.
Interesting. So, as far as I know from our time in the future, we haven't seen any of these crystal things, really. So they must either be sealed away, contained somewhere, or completely destroyed here in the past. You said there was a giant crystal entity underground, correct?
You get the idea that it spreads, often through underground means.
Damn.
It very much follows the mushroom super colony structure type thing.
Damn, hard thing to get rid of. Are there any allies nearby that we could rally for aid?
You get a quick flash of a lot of people and fighting crystal and slime things, and then becoming crystal and slime things. Yeah.
Okay, we found you underground, but we have... Looks around. There's any landmarks similar at all?
This is way too long ago. There's no mountain range nearby, but that's most places.
I have no idea where we are, and the land doesn't look the same, so I have no judgment of how far away you've truly gone from here and how the land around has changed. I come from a mountainous area. Honestly, if you control Earth and such, you might have landed somewhere and started building mountains around you as a defense, as nature took over above and made the forest and swamps above the land. York, any ideas? Sanina?
I'm a little busy trying to keep these things from doing anything.
Okay, keep doing that.
But, it was underground, wasn't it? Like, it was underground, right?
Yeah. And you found it.
Says crystal things are underground, so we probably shouldn't go there.
Hot spots like lava, magma, volcano, anything like that. Heat seemed to deal with it earlier. That could be a good place to recover and have a natural defense.
You get the idea there and none nearby.
Turtle says there's none nearby.
Nina got anything going through her brain?
Is there anything around? Can we see anything?
For the most part, area around just looks like battlefield effectively. It looks like whatever conflict has been happening has been large scale and everywhere. So everywhere doesn't really look anything like you would know it to look like.
Okay, Turtle. I know you're not on the best terms with the others like yourself that were created for war, it seems, with your reaction to the wind crystal over there.
Look over, shake my hand that got spiked.
Are there any enemies that you could call upon allies, or enemies you could call allies in the case of destroying this crystal entity? in terms of a temporary ceasefire.
You get the idea that that's already happening, and what it's currently doing was acting as distraction to allow the others time.
Oh, well, we put them in a dome. Maybe we... Time. Time. Well, we've got some time. At the moment, at least. It's only the flying ones, unless the crystals just dug their way out, but I feel like the slimes might be doing something with them there.
If the thing stuck with the slimes, it probably just stuck with the slimes.
Like the slimes can eat the crystals, maybe, and I don't know.
Bada bing, bada boom.
Now, crystals are pretty immune to slimes.
Well, they could sit there and just sit there then.
They can hit them really hard.
Time out, motherfuckers. No.
The crystals can't damage the slime, but the slime can't damage the crystal. They're just stuck there. This is when we go back to our timeline and they've joined forces.
So I'm trying to figure out what to do, because it's kind of like there's not anything to use on the landscape, because it's just flat, destroyed landscape.
We don't have... Yeah. Our solution does
I don't
not
have
appear
spells
obvious.
that can affect large distance things. I did my big hurrah to give us time and distance.
It may be obvious to Eric, but it's not obvious to us.
Hey, Indiana, you want to do some lightning things?
Depends on what lightning things I can do. I don't have much I can do.
Well, that's
Yeah,
your
crystals.
ability, but let me just say this. He can't normally do that.
That's what I was gonna say, the big wind dome thing, big wind thing. I just asked it. That was something I can't do normally. It only works because we're in a dream state, which means limits are wonky. Something flashy with lightning could always be helpful. Kamehameha lightning them.
Earth, wind, and lightning. Really seem like a druid pair, don't we, huh? Nowhere close to it, though.
I mean, I've heard other it's fun stories. Where you have to have heaven and earth. We're heaven and earth set up here.
You know, we might have to try this again, but checklist of the elements. Fire turns them to slag. Acid kind of polishes them, but the greater acid pool there seemed to melt and do something to them. Sonic shattered to crystals. It looked like your psychic mind prison thingy, whatever you did there, fucked with them some.
I just kind of fucked with what they could see more than doing damage to them, I think. They're hurting them any.
Can I throw one of my lightning daggers at them?
Well, that's your basic ability. You sure you don't want to embellish it a bit?
Look,
Just saying, you can ask for something bigger, like really big and off the top, like I did with the big one thing, if you want.
Max, remember, Sanina's confidence. She's Yorick's god.
She is Yorick's god.
Show them your power.
Smite them with lightning. Ye god of fury.
I have concern, because Mac looked confused and was unsure, then you said that and just had the evilest grin. I was like, yes, show them up.
Well, that's the start.
Can Sanine use the dagger as like a lightning rod?
What is your... Okay, what results are you going for here? Maybe we'll work backwards.
Like Zeus smiting from the heavens.
Okay. Define your smite.
I think she wants to throw her dagger, and wherever she hits be the target for it to just crash lightning upon.
And then possibly little lightnings spraying off into others.
Okay, so you want to
Nice.
basically start a chain reaction of lightning diff.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see here.
Like Zeus.
Well, Zeus is single target lightning bolt. That's kind of... I mean, that would take one thing very down, but...
A rain of them. Hey?
Yeah.
While
A
she's,
rain of bolts.
doing that, while she's doing that, I'll see what Ice does to one.
You know, like Storm, the X-Men.
She wants a chain lightning bolts.
it seems like that's the case. hitting one with ice, though, its movement's slow, but as it has no biomass to, like, really take damage, it looks like it's a resisted state.
Alright. Check ice off to not use it, really.
That particular one, though, is slowed, though. So it's not useless.
Not useless.
Okay.
Alright, so we've got
Okay,
an
so
acid. We've got an acid, fire, ice, sonic. I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say poison probably won't do shit.
Poison probably won't do shit.
It is crystal.
I'll blight one of them.
That's necrotic damage, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You see that one become brittle. Like, you can see cracks and veiny things appear in its surface. It's still going on at speed, but it looks like if it takes a big whack, it'll not be happy.
Interesting. Interesting. Just
Let's let them do their little science testing here, and then we'll go to Sanina's kill them all move.
I'm good. Let her kill them all. If she's doing some lightning thing over there, that's the last element.
All right, ready, Sanina?
I don't have radiant test.
Would you like to roll dice, or would you like to kind of like just go on your very like burgeoning connection to this thing for it?
Eric, remember, gods don't miss attacks.
I know.
Gods don't miss.
Okay, so in that case, just because of the nature of your thing, explain the feeling you're conveying to get this to work. Like, it can't just be overconfidence, it's more of an assurance.
It's I'm gonna show Yorick.
Oh man.
Alright. So it's something has to be done.
God.
This other thing has shown that it cannot be, but I must. We're the best.
I am the best.
Alright. It can get behind that. So you activate your form.
Flashy as fuck too.
Enveloped by lightning, and then at the end of it you have all of your various accoutrements that I don't think has been explained yet, because you were tired at the first time and still not.
I forgot to explain.
Unless you want to now. You know what you would look like in that form, because it gives you armor. Some other time.
Magical girl transformation.
Would you like to? It very much is.
I like to believe that she gets struck by lightning.
Alright, step one.
Yes.
Just hear an AC/DC now.
Hair turns into long braids.
That's probably the most impressive part of this. It combs your hair.
Yes.
Continue.
That hasn't been done in years.
No, it has not. Two braids. I like to think that Sanine's not a dress person, so she has like a pair of fancy overalls.
Armored overalls?
Armored overalls.
Alright, purple and any other color, or just purple and also scales or plates?
I like to think it's iridescent.
That just means a mixture of two colors, doesn't it?
Well, it's like iridescent, yeah. Like purpley, pink to yellow.
And yellow.
Just
Okay,
crackling
yellow.
Just crackling lightning.
Alright.
And I like to believe that she has like little lightning bolts.
Well, that's the flare at the end, unless you're talking about just like arcing off parts of your armor.
Like a little makeup. Like a little under her eye lightning bolt.
Look, she's got the little transformation scene where they go for like
like
Their
20
clothes,
seconds.
Yeah, exactly.
their clothes just disappear and are replaced by other stuff. But it's like every
That's-
time a piece of clothing is
You have like a
repaired,
Barbie nude silhouette.
That's what
Yeah,
I'm
but
picturing.
there's just a lightning bolt that strikes, and it's like overalls.
Is it like an
I'm
over
picturing,
large Bowie lightning bolt under your
picturing,
eye,
like,
or
She-Ra. Like
David
she,
Bowie
like her
lightning bolt.
hair grows. Yeah.
Lightning strikes, hair twirls, lightning strikes, overalls.
this is all in the lightning strike. It happens very quickly.
Yes.
In real time, it's only like 0.1 second,
But in
But in the
meantime,
but the animation itself takes like 30 seconds and will happen every time she does it.
Yes.
Yeah.
We can skip it, but we know it's true.
yes.
You gotta pad out the episode.
Okay, so
That is
overalls,
Sanine.
purple lightning bolt under the eye, and
Yeah.
braids.
Braids. Extra long braids, like down to her feet braids. Like
She
very
gains hair.
not great. Yes. As every magical girl does.
Truly the most magical of transformations. All right.
Every
But is there-
magical girl gains hair.
But are
Now
you
I feel
like
obligated to add growing hair to Yorick, and that's gonna be haunted.
but are you like glowing into like but do you have like a Super Saiyan lightning aura?
Have you ever seen this show Amphibia?
Have not.
But she has like little sparkies that comes off of her when she does her magic stuff. I like to believe that she has little sparkies.
Okay.
Give me a name and I'll Google it so I have an image.
Amphibia. It's Anne.
Magic mode. I forgot to describe mine. You guys made me realize. We can do that next time.
Next time you use it. Probably whenever you're healing somebody for all their help.
That's the goal.
Okay.
But that's Sanine.
So now you have your form, so how would you like to channel this lightning as you can kind of feel this power at your fingertips available to you?
Well, are we
Give me a
going
cinematic.
full magical girl? Or
Give me
are
a cinematic.
Just going like
Tell me what you want, I'll embellish it.
Sanine wishes to clap?
Do so. There is a sparking of lightning from your hand as you do so, as you can see it kind of arcing off in different directions.
She opens her hand to form giant dagger.
Like comic
Throw
little dagger or like a lightning bolt? Because
Like a
a dagger
lightning
but
bolt
big is
dagger.
gonna look silly. Okay. So
Like a
the
lightning bolt dagger.
okay, clap your hands, lightning bolt. Afterwards, you can see this piece of energy in the middle that then begins to coalesce into a form that you're more used to throwing. Toss it at something.
Yes.
Okay. You can see it spiraling through the air. Behind it, a little trail of lightning is flying. Roll to see if you natural one and make a fool of yourself. Then have
Better
advantage
not.
because I'd rather you not.
Gods don't do that.
That's the point.
Just spikes
Just
York in the
can I
chest.
just, as she's getting ready to throw it, because turret order is kind of weird, just throw a little marble of that green magic at her and just give her Bardic.
I wouldn't do that. I might distract her.
That's why it's at behind her head, not when she can see.
Just lightning daggers York in the chest. I
What's
told you I'm
Bardic
better than
do?
you.
What's your Bardic? I got 12.
Extra
But he
D8.
said not to.
Oh,
So-
I got 12.
Plus. Is there any pluses to it?
You don't need to worry about that. It was just to make sure she didn't totally fuck it up. Alright. You can see the dagger hit the one at the lead. What would you like to happen? Alright. I will now begin to describe.
Your hand emotions.
I think I got it.
It looked about as it sounded, to be fair.
Okay, here's the other question. Are we going blast? Or are we going splinter?
I I was thinking like decent size initial blast and then splinters off.
Okay. So then you watch the front portion of this wave be bathed in this electric energy blast after it impacts the front one. And then as that begins to wither away and the ones inside are reeling from it, you can see them begin to strike off in different directions, seemingly uncontrollably. As they are doing so, it connects into other ones that then begin doing the same thing, and this horrific domino effect occurs, which sends a vast majority of the remaining enemies careening off in random directions.
So that's good.
And then your form fades.
Sad face.
I reach up to feel if I still have eyebrows. Remember, I don't have eyebrows in this one anymore.
Okay. So lightning
That's terrifying.
lightning seems to work. Sanine, why haven't you done that before?
Have to save it for special occasions. I
York
don't think I
almost-
can do that normally.
Fair enough. York almost died against the last guy. Might have been helpful there.
He didn't die. I saved him. This time. Next time, maybe not.
Hey, York,
Kind of
can
like
you
look down and go, like, God damn it.
if you go unconscious, can your illusions feed you a potion, or do they just disappear?
No, I have to keep maintaining the spell that runs them. They'll disappear.
Okay. Let's see what lightning does on a smaller scale. Chromatic orb lightning. Just shoot a bolt, see if anything flying around.
Lightning at one of the few remaining, it impacts it, and you see its movements begin to become erratic. It may not be a damaged thing, but it looks like that upsets whatever, controls their actions.
I should have been writing these down faster.
Any idea how long you would need it to delay before other forces arrive, Turtle?
You get the idea that it was just as long as it could. There is no proper answer.
Stopping there for a second. Oh, they're just leaving your ass. They're letting you be a wall while they run to their safety. Alright. We've strucken them with the might of powers that were meant to rival the gods and fight them. Contained a few of them. How many are still on our tails, Eric?
Very few.
Sanine, got any more lightning juice?
I don't think so.
York, can't you fire lightning bolts out of your rapier there?
Yeah, I could do a little bit, but at a time, kind of throw them off track.
Yeah, start doing that.
See the turtles just kind
I
of
will-
stomping, and anything that dares touch the ground is ensnared by the ground.
Good job. Keep that up.
Doing lightning. If I need to, I can throw out a few more, what's it called? Phantasmal forces?
I have Mind Sliver. What does Mind Slivering one of them do?
Like to use psychic?
I would like to use Psychic.
That's a what save?
Use psychic.
Mind Sliver, I believe, is intelligence. Yes, intelligence.
Rock people known for high intelligence. Alright. Basically, you can see that damage is done to it, and then it just becomes inactive and falls down.
Oh, York! Psychic!
I've been doing psychic. I guess just not a
Do it
lot.
better.
I can't do it better.
Look at one. Hey, you suck.
I told you at the beginning I was vicious mocking them in between things.
But most of the ones that you've said, hey, you suck to, have just kind of stopped and felt bad.
That's right, you feel bad. But on this turtle, you're being a goddamn bully. That's what they feel bad for. Absolutely, right?
So bad for being a bully.
100% it had to be, right? What else could it have been?
Don't make Sanine push you off.
Sanine.
Reclaim to my centipede tighter.
Sanine, you got your dagger that comes back to you, right?
Yes.
And your crystal thing does psychic, right? The one you put on the weapons?
Melee things only, I think, on that one.
Yeah.
Unless she
Okay,
attunes
so-
to the droid thing, which specifically has a thing for if it's attuned, it allows you to do that.
I don't know what she's attuned to.
You can swap it. Right here, right now,
She can
the laws of normal magic don't really apply.
put the psychic thing on something you can throw or shoot and start fucking them up. Drop them from the skies.
Did I have psychic?
Yeah,
Psionic
remember that
crystal.
crystal we got from the captain on the ship that tried to eat my brain?
Yeah.
That one.
The thing you've buffed your weapons with to massively fuck up some things.
It's like an extra 2 or 3d8 psychic on your weapons.
There, write it down. I have it in chat.
It's so
That
far
should
away.
probably be written down. It's a really, really good thing.
It was too much to write.
Either way, we're not actually dealing damage. It's just the fact that it does the psychic, it seems.
Yeah.
It was
You,
just, it was melee, you touched it, you activated it, boom.
you set up the wombo combo.
Wombo combo.
Alright. In that case, while you are wielding it in this manner, it's actually more like a whip with really long range.
Wow.
Every time something gets near,
I'm real good.
yeah, she does so.
Watch out.
It's a little unwieldy, but you start to figure it out.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Melt whatever bit of a brain these rocks has. Drop them to the ground and they're getting contained.
Look back over at Stonewall as this is happening. Is that how daggers work now?
Not for you.
Oh, obviously not for me.
Listen, we're in a fucked up dream state. Just go with it. In fact, embrace it and make it more powerful.
I don't have...
Keep telling them to kill themselves with your psychic powers.
I'm doing that still. I'm just clicking motes of images, bad shit, yelling shit at them.
But
Listening.
with
Just
most
mind
of
spiking them.
with most of the enemies down by the 2 spirit attacks, and then you guys holding it off as best you can, you're actually maintaining defense for quite a while. And eventually, centered over the battlefield, you see something way off in the distance now. It looks like something maybe cyan colored, maybe, is floating over the center of it, and then it crashes down, and the resulting shockwave kicks up dust in such a large extent that you all lose visibility.
Safi Jiva, is that you?
That's what I'm worried about, man. That's terrifying. Just look at the other two. What the fuck?
As you're wondering that, you feel yourselves shift.
Okay, guys, I don't know about you, but my stomach just did a 360.
Something weird's going on. Maybe dream's almost over. Don't know. I can't see what's going on.
Find it. Yeah,
Once
I don't
you're-
think any of us got a lot of ideas of what's going on here.
Turtle.
You
Yeah.
do not feel its presence.
Touching the ground, does it feel the same?
No.
York, something's different. York,
Like, what's happening right now?
York, use some wind to blow the debris away.
Oh, hold on a second. Like, what's happening right now? Like, it's
He
just.
said,
You have shifted
we had to-
somewhere, and the area is filled with debris.
Oh. I don't have a. Which I don't really have things. Reach down to the crystal and just say, can we just see if we can generate nothing like before, but just like a wind thing spiraling out from us, like a brief like outburst of it to try and clear some stuff.
If you activate your form, perhaps.
Well, yeah, that's what I assumed I had to activate it.
It manages to do so.
And just like a burst of wind out to blow some of the debris and stuff out of the air away from us.
Looking around now, you appear to be in some sort of underground chamber. Off to the side, you can see what looks like a lava flow. And
Lord.
illuminated basically solely by the lava. You can see some various parts of mountain kind of shake a bit as though breathing. You're able to make the assumption that that's the turtle thing. It's found some sort of lava cavern and it's trying to do something.
I think we're progressing the memory.
If we just had some sort of jump, maybe we've just been shifted forward in time. Can we see the sky, or are we like
Negative.
anything aside? Okay, just
It looked like you're underground somewhere.
Okay, I have a theory that was some kind of ancient magical get fucked spell or artifact item that just leveled that area, got rid of a lot of the crystal shit, and we got the turtle far enough away out of the area.
Do you think it was another one of the things like the turtle?
I have no idea. It was kind of the color of Vashnir's.
This is more of like a light
Was
blue.
it?
This one had more like a cyan feel to it, like more green. Just a
Yeah, I
little.
was gonna
Okay.
say, I thought Vashtir's was like an icy white blue.
Yeah.
Okay. You said cyan, and I was thinking of really light blue.
But yeah, no. So no, I don't think.
So are we
Yeah.
talking more of a teal then?
A little bit.
Okay. Don't know. Might have been. I didn't really have time
Yeah, but
to.
then wasn't his ice? His
His-
was ice.
yeah,
This wasn't ice effects.
That looked like just a pure blast of something. Didn't really have time to analyze it. Just kind of happened, and then we're here. Anyways, Sanine, you okay?
I'm good.
Really far.
Okay.
Not even on mic.
I'm good.
Sanine's just like 50 feet
got
away,
separated.
just near a lava pool. Yeah, I'm okay.
I'm good.
Throwing rocks in.
Sploosh. Take a really long time to sink.
Fascinating.
Well, time to run over to the turtle.
You go over there. It seems to just be recovering.
Turtle, do you remember us? Touch it.
At this time, it does not react.
Maybe like a. Remember how we found 17?
Possibly. Try to connect with
Kinda
it
something
again. Try to reconnect.
Okay. You reconnect again.
Just put a hand on it somewhere.
Right. The larger cinematic that I have to really think about how to describe properly. Give me a moment.
Well, Eric's thinking. So, I found an interesting thing at the gas station that I wanted to try, and I bought it without thinking about it. But the fact, so Fanta has a new dragon fruit flavor. However, I'm currently sick with some kind of sinusy thing.
So you can't taste it.
Yeah, so I bought it, and I just have it there, just on my dresser, just like I can't even try this because it won't taste right.
Oh, you have it for later.
I have it for later.
Also, I'm glad the Crystal Hail Marys worked, because after that, I was out of ideas.
My idea was
know about
keep
you guys.
destroying things. Keep destroying things and retreating.
Yeah, fair. Yeah, but I don't know about you guys. That was my last ditch.
Do we have our spells and shit back?
Yes.
Yeah, he said once we leave this, they're refreshed.
Okay, we're still in a dream state, so I didn't know if it was counting as the same one.
Or things have returned.
Oh.
York, Sanita, watch out for cave-ins, since they don't know where we're at, and things may be moving.
That may be a good idea normally, but I don't think we can do a lot about it.
I meant, try to avoid them so you don't get dream killed.
I mean, yeah, that. I just meant, I don't know if we could do much about it when happening. It's kind of, up to it, I think.
Fair enough. It might not be paying attention to us at the moment. If you get dream killed, can you be dream revived?
We're not testing it.
I don't want to test it.
Right?
No, I don't want to test it really, but that was just a thought.
Okay. As you reconnect, the feeling that you get is different. This time, alien to you.
Ooh.
And you get a vision and some complete with audio, because that's how that works sometimes. The spot you are in seems to be perhaps a jar of some kind.
Oh no.
And you can hear a muffled conversation between what looks like two humans a little distance away. To get proper details, I'd have to say roll perception.
Oh no.
Is this just Stonewall that can hear these?
At this point in time,
Jackson.
yes.
Okay.
Eric!
Your stats may not be your stats.
Eric!
Your stats may not be your stats. Just tell me what you get on the die.
Okay, well that wasn't even 10 on the die.
Alright. So it's muffled and not said with real clarity. But you're getting the gist of words. And they basically surmount to, and you think this will work? I hope so. We're kind of at our last straw here. Since that thing landed, everything we've sent at it has failed, and organic means simply aren't working. But we're aware of what that thing can do if we lose control of it, correct? And then you see the other person nod. Well, it's not the best idea, but there have been worse ones. The thing that worries me, though, is where it came from. You are aware of that, aren't you? And the other person will kind of look a bit confused. Shard of the thing beyond? We're fighting something that came from a different realm, utilizing the power of something that came from a different realm. And this one's... well, it's a little weirder than the other one, if that even makes sense, given the other one consumes all. What I'm worried is... what if it comes looking for it? And then the other one will retort, we can't afford to do nothing. They seem to be agonizing over some sort of choice. And then you will lose connection.
Oh. Hmm. York, I've learned things.
I would hope so. That's how you get at this part in life, right?
Not necessarily. A lot of people don't tell me a lot of things I probably should know.
Well, then,
That's an issue. That's an issue for another time. So just had another dream vision type thing. But so it seems like we might be in a jar, or that was the vision, but might be in some kind of containment area, possibly. I'm unsure. Anyways, apparently these guys here come from another plane of existence, and so do. They mentioned a crystal shard type thing.
It didn't feel like the turtle.
Yeah.
Like none of that felt like the turtle.
Yeah. Okay.
The crystal-like thing.
Crystal things might be from another dimension. Goo might be from another dimension. They might be using some other kind of force from something. Basically, people have been fucking around with other dimensional things to try and kill other dimensional things, and are unsure and scared of the entire situation, as one probably should be, and are kind of stalemating on a decision, but know something needs to be done.
Do you think that big detonation we saw was their answer for what had to be done?
It might have been something like that. Try to connect to the turtle again. Hey, can you understand me and communicate?
There is not much of a response, but this time you do feel like it's proper turtle. It seems like it's trying to recover. It's exhausted.
Hey, ooh, that don't feel good. Hey, Turtle, do you remember us? There was some weird dream state type thing, so I don't know if we actually existed for you to remember.
It has no idea who you are.
Okay.
So you do feel familiar.
Okay. Brief recap, we were sent from the future by some druids in a dream state to try and help you out with the situation when there was... I don't know the time gap, however, you were escaping from an area and fighting off crystalline and slime combatants, and then there was a giant light and explosion from the sky.
It remembers things slightly differently, but it's not going into that at the moment. It's more grasping onto the fact that you've made it sound like you're doing some sort of druidic communication with it. So it is going to ask, what are your questions?
Good. So, you're alive in where we come from, and we've been asked to try and help you get to that situation and resolve some things. Let's start with where are we?
It will describe a fuck off huge volcano in a land that it will name, but it's the name of the time, so it's been lost to history. But going from description alone, make a history check.
I think I actually have history. Do I have history? No, I do have history.
Hooray.
Dirty 20.
Okay. Just gauging by the scale of the mountain, it sounds a lot like Flamespire, which is in Attica.
Okay. Alright. Hey, Matt, write that down.
I'm writing all of this down because I assume you're telling us, and if not, then somebody has it down at least.
Yeah. Stonewall will relay things after the turtle says stuff. It just, yeah. So it sounds like we're in the equivalent of modern-day Flamespire Attica, if you know where that is. Alright. Alright. So, what happened dealing with that explosion, however long ago that was? If that even actually happened.
It will
Dealing with...
It will describe the explosion you are trying to convey because it's just thought transference and language isn't really as much of a factor.
Yeah.
And it will basically state that that was the end game of the coalition at the time to put an end to the Crystal Plague. Render them inert.
And your current state as a result of that?
Current state, it explains, is that the crystallization has began on it, and there is no way to stop it. And you'll kind of get basically its viewpoint of its leg, which is just immersed in lava.
And the lava slows it down, potentially, yes.
Affirmative.
Can I try and psychic damage the crystal?
That is not going to work in this instance. It's taking root.
Fair. I see. Is there anything we could do to aid you for the moment?
You get the idea that it's just trying to find comfort for its remaining time.
Well, I know the lands of where you reside in the future, of where you have people that have built a settlement around you trying to take care of you.
It kind of latches onto your word of people and care. It seems to be mulling something.
Yes, there's at least where I come from, there was a hidden group of druidic peoples that were centered around your location. My mother was in fact the leader of the village, which I recently found out. I don't know the exact location, I know a general area as we were taken through some magic through the forest there. But that forest itself I can give you a general location of. May not be a forest at the moment, but in the future it'll be a grand one.
Since you're thinking of it, it has the general gist.
Can I try and, like Bjork said, give it some magic like we did for 17B?
The scale might be entirely too different.
I don't know, I got 5 4th level spells I can use.
You may do what you wish.
I'll try to give it some.
There doesn't really seem to be much of an effect.
I'll give it 3. Well, I had to try it. 17B idea doesn't seem to work, York. We'd probably need something much larger than ourselves to be able to
I just meant recovery, not like not
giving
like
it
we
some
could
magic.
recover it, just like it's recovering, it's sleeping.
Yes. Well, the first time I touched you moments ago, I had some sort of vision of people trying to discuss what seemed like an ultimatum and having to make a decision to get things done about things from different planes of existence.
It has no recollection of that accident. It posits perhaps you connected to the crystal.
Yes, that is probably their ultimatum for destroying the crystals itself, then. Trying to find peace for the rest of your days. Well, I guess resolving this part might just be, you know, the location where you go to the future. Just a way to get there and mitigate the spread and pain.
As you're saying that, you kind of get the sensation that basically it was designed to do one thing, and as a result of actions outside of its control, it may no longer do that one thing. It is without a purpose.
Without a purpose. Well, hey, that's pretty relatable. Our group here has just been we're just a group of wandering chuckle fox, it seems, for the most part, that play in some wheel in history, but we don't know what's going on. She's homeless and stabs people really good over there, but we've been doing a good job of making sure she stabs bad people. That guy over there has been through some rough times, but he goes around trying to tell stories to help people out and give them motivation of their own to try out and go do their own things.
Celine has a happy home.
I wouldn't call that happy.
There.
Oh,
Happy when she's not there.
that's somehow worse.
Damn. That's just cold.
Who made
Okay,
you
maybe
so
not.
mean?
Okay, maybe not Valen. It's okay, it's just the truth.
Ow.
You were mean and vicious to them.
What? Have you met my older sister? She's mean too.
That's why I said maybe not Valen, for the happiness part. But, yeah. And I myself, well, yeah, most of the shit's gone pretty wrong. Well,
I didn't know I was homeless.
I don't. You have a lifespan going for thousands of years, and you're recovering at the moment. It seems.
Let's recover more delaying the inevitable.
Delaying. Purpose isn't something that you always know for yourself. Sometimes it just happens upon you. Your purpose may be to guide some of the people in the future and actually help alongside them. You know things about this time, which in the past or in the future they become, well, forgotten just due to history. Maybe your purpose is to fill some of that history in and help guide the later generations. If anything, you could be useful for combating things in the future. Like I said, in our time, the slime stuff is still, no, I said that to the old you, not this you. This weird dream state's a bit confusing, but yeah. I haven't seen any crystal such things in the future aside from the other crystallization on yourself we saw. But some variant of the slime things has been around, which we've been working on eradicating along with many other countries, so your purpose may not yet have ended.
As you've been speaking to it, you can see some of the druids from the little safety bubble are going over there and trying to commune in various different ways. Because, you know, this has been their big giant library book.
Oh, hey, you guys are here too.
I have a terrible idea.
That sums up most of our ideas at this point.
But it could have helped. Would it let me look at some memories?
You try and look at.
I'm asking him if it would let me.
Turtle?
What you trying to look at?
I don't know, I was going to use detect thoughts. I was just going to see if it had anything it wanted to show me, or
Detect
show us.
that isn't going to really do it correctly. This
No,
is
it
more of
says
a
I'm allowed to-
ritualistic commune thing.
I was just tossing it out since we're in the dream state as a way to connect, because it lets me actually delve into deep memories, if I want to.
There's a time limit, though.
Maybe, but a lot can happen in 1 minute when we're talking about mental stuff, and I will been willing to cast it multiple times.
Give you the most compressed thing I can if you ask a question.
Turtle, will you allow him to look? Will you allow our companion here to look at some of your memories and thoughts with magic?
It has no qualms. There are druids that are already doing it.
Fair. Okay. Well, before I do this real quick, any questions that come up that I should ask? Because I kind of want to know why everything's fighting. Was it just because of the slimes, or was it from before? Because they said these were tools to fight gods.
Raise your question.
Probably survival.
But I guess my first wave of questions is, why were you fighting the gods?
Okay. So basically, and this is a very much a like jaded opinion because it has a stake in a faction.
Yes, of course. I'm
So-
aware of that bit.
All the stuff you're going to be getting is viewed toward that, but at the same time, this is a very like mechanical creature at its core. So you're going to basically be getting a summary of the history of the world up to that point, which is
I'm ready for a wisdom save for info overload.
well, it's compressing it, and it's giving it to you in such a way as to not explode your puny mortal brain.
I appreciate this.
And by
quite
that
a
it
bit.
means it isn't exactly the smartest creature itself. It's built to hit things and do earth magic. So
Fair.
you get the idea that in the Once Upon a Times, there was space, and then something occurred, interplanar portals opened up, and their various essence leached into the space and the planet. Various godlike beings emerged from said soup and became the pantheon that is known and followed, each of which formed their own factions and had various plans for the world itself, but because they ran into each other, things got problematic. Eventually something came from somewhere and then the goo started. But your question was as to why it was built to combat other gods. It was because they were each trying to have full dominance and claim over the material.
Okay, so gods created these creatures
Yes.
to fight other gods. Okay, I did not know that. That is actually good to know. Fighting for territory. Made by gods to fight gods.
We can expedition dump for as long as you want. There's a thing at the close, but that's about it.
Look, man, you're giving us lore. We
Yeah,
like lore.
they're big. It knows it. That's why the
Was
druids
that
are like,
for, like-
ooh.
How many am I, like, I can cast it 4 times. How many did that take?
I think that at the end of the second one, you're just going to understand you can do a little druid communion thing. So ask your questions.
Oh shit, okay, now we have the bigger questions.
You do get a slight sense of like, I've tried to kill you and you've tried to kill me around your aura. Whenever you're doing the connecting though.
Oh, because of my stone.
Yes.
Yep. Fair. I was like, wait, when did I try to... then I remembered, oh, yeah, the stone, not so great. Questions, guys. We can just... This is our chance. Things we need to know about them.
Stonewall pulls out a pretty much notebook, essentially. Okay.
It also, like, arts and various crafting things lost the time. Whatever questions you need. Until this scenario ends.
That's a good point. I will ask it about the... I could show it the etchings on the rapier I have now for the jewel crafting. And then point at Stonewall's axe. And see if it knows anything about that.
to it, that's something
they-
common. That's just the inscription process.
So are the crystals that we use evil?
Neutral is sounding better because each god made their own. It's factions versus good and evil, I think.
Accurate.
Less good and
Can
less
you
good and
just-
evil, more fighting for their own.
Yeah, that's why I said factions.
Though there is a very important factor there if you decide to ask that question. Because look at the Pantheon and, well,
Yeah.
that's it.
So,
Probably shouldn't say more. Might give it away.
are there any? Okay, so from our time, the current pantheon of gods, which the names may have changed, unsure of that.
They had to get the commons, so their base speech was probably ancient whatever the fuck, so yeah.
Hang on, I am opening the campaign info page to look at all the gods' names.
Your question for the inscription process, it will basically just, like, yeah, that's the inscription process. You imbue runes in certain ways into things and whatnot. If you want, like, a how-to, you're probably going to be unable to ask any more questions, because that will be an information overload. Because that's it, basically implanting knowledge in you instead of answering a
The
question.
how-to, wait, I missed a bit. What he's asking the how-to of? The jewels?
Yeah,
Rune.
basically, it's like, yeah, that's the inscription process. If you want the how do I do this, it'll knock you out of asking any other questions, because that will be info overload. But you'll know
So
how to
if
do
we
it.
do that, ask it last.
Probably.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, I can't believe I missed this before. Thank you, Eric.
Okay, so the gods from our time, we have Levidius, god of wind, we have Gokul, god of earth, Ignarius, god of fire, Glaucor, god of water, Hycross, god of shadow, Gloriolus, god of light, Xenios, god of life, and Xiphos, god of death. Are there more? Did gods die?
There is one that has been corrupted.
Oh, fuck. That's great.
See, that is very important information.
Is it one
Which
of
one?
those?
Which one would
Yeah.
that be?
It's not one of those.
Oh, okay, so that's what we have now. What gods are we missing then?
It will go over some minor ones that didn't really ever have the stuff, just like offspring between things, various things like that. But the major player it will talk of is the one that was for lightning.
Looks over at Sanine. We'll get to this later. Okay, alright. Please continue.
It will explain it at the outset of the coming corruption, and you'll get images of the little blob things. That one was very unfortunately placed and overcome.
So the
Wait a
god of
minute.
lightning was corrupt.
And what of its creations, such as yourself? Do you know of it?
Scattered. Left without a master.
Scattered.
Oh,
And quite interesting. Do you know what has possibly happened to this god? Aside from being corrupted, and is it just one of them now?
Assumption. Corrupted. And then aspects of the corruption corrupted by the crystals. Show traces in spider form.
Maybe that's why lightning kind of shorted it out some. But if it was from a lightning god, you'd think that might empower it or something more instead. Well, it was corrupted, so...
Crystals designed specifically to combat corruption, which was empowered 1-to-1 by lightning. As such, they hit more of a like overload circuit.
So about this interplanar stuff, could you go a bit more into that? About the beings coming from other planes? So the beings coming from other planes, did that just happen? Has it continued to happen? Do they just keep popping out of portals or something?
At the onset, it was the gods. After that, it's very rare for something entirely new and different to come from the places beyond.
And is that rare case where this original corruption came from?
That is where the original corruption came from, and it is where the first crystal shard originated from.
Is there a way that we could possibly commune with the gods themselves upon to deal with this situation?
It explains what's basically the current scenario for it, which is things are being sealed in such a way to prevent the corruption from spreading where it currently is in either forms. But as a result, the gods are going to be locked back in their plane of originations. Except for the lightning one, which is lost.
Alright, got it. Gods are sealing themselves away. We might have to go kill a lightning god that's been corrupted. Got that, York?
Gods are retreating into their domain.
Okay.
So reaching them will be extremely difficult and unlikely.
So...
unless we go there.
Alright. Well, if they're sealed away, we might not have to go to them unless we can get their help somehow. Might need to get a cleric, some clerics for communion there. Okay, so here's a big question. Might not know it. How do you kill a god if we need to go kill the lightning one? Since it seems, with the gods retreating, man will have to fend for themselves.
Basically, it describes that gods are very difficult to kill and impossible by normal means. So it does not know. It was theorized.
Could a god be killed by a god?
It was theorized. No, they actually can't. That's the problem. It was theorized that perhaps the crystal had some solution, but delving in further into that would entreat invasion.
Is there a way to seal them away or shunt them back to where they came from?
It does not know.
Ow!
That did not hurt you.
I did. The edge of the box dug into my foot.
Either of you two got any questions? I'm kind of processing this.
I haven't. Were there like allies between the gods? Like, were you part of an alliance? They seem to be very opposing. Like a list of direct oppositions.
You get back the exposition of, at the time of the corruption, they realized there was a common enemy and banded together as such. A solution was presented, which was the crystal beings. It also went wrong. Final solution became sealing and rendering inert.
Oh. The Forbidden Zone.
Yeah, sounds about right. Do you?
Beforehand, because you've... Oops, sorry.
Do you feel some kind of connection with the crystal as it's starting to crystallize you?
You get the idea that it hears a far-off voice, but it is doing all it can to maintain its sense of self.
That doesn't sound good. I have a terrible idea. York, you do your thing first. I'm going to save it for, well, I guess, when we're done conversing.
Okay, shoot. You said corrupted. Is there a chance? As terrifying as it is, the god of lightning lives in an alternate form now? Corrupted or
Unknown.
changed?
Corrupted enemies
Unknown.
deemed hostile.
Okay. Head to seal.
What of the goo?
What would
The
happen?
slime?
Yeah, I was gonna say, what happened if we broke the seal?
Those are two very different questions.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
the-
go ahead. Let him answer his first, because that kind of leads into mine as
Okay,
well.
what of the goo? The goo, it basically describes as chaos incarnate, desiring only to spread and consume.
Did it just plop out of a portal?
You get the idea that that's what they think happened. They don't have a particular, like, they did it.
Just, yeah, might have came out of might have been another rare case of coming out of the portal.
I hit by a fucking space rock. Shit sucks.
Okay. My question for then is, what would be released if the seal had been broken or was breaking?
The enemy would be allowed to spread, and should it spread far enough to activate the remaining crystal things, the war would resume, with the god stuck on the other end. Instead of present.
Hey, York!
Yeah.
You know what it means by you know what it means that yeah. You know what it means that we stopped that necromancer from breaking the seal then?
Breaking the what in?
That you theorized that the chucklefuck was potentially about to break the seal by sending people over and gathering stuff. Correct?
No.
Something along those lines.
I was saying somebody else had already broken the seal, letting him out.
There might be gaps in it. That's a big issue we need to work upon.
2 crystals restarting the war without God's assistance.
Okay. So this is something dealing with the future that may be odd and out of your reach of understanding, potentially. So, at least some kind of aspects of being such as yourself have been formed into some sort of crystalline structure that holds some kind of sentience or aspect of your spirit. And they seem to be gathering towards each other.
You basically get the idea of, oh, that's why I keep sensing that electric fiction wind man.
Yes, there's...
Wave.
Yes. You have ancient wisdom. Any thoughts upon that matter?
Was the question why they are seeking each other?
Why they're seeking each other, something along those lines of... Yeah.
Okay. Get the idea that that is a question best left to the crystal, whose voice it can make out, and its claimant and desire being made apparent. It can say it now, or you can touch that. I think it wants to vague. Yeah.
I was going to touch the crystal later. Actually, that was my plan for the. That was my last task to do
And
there.
I was assuming that was going to be the last task of that game. So
Yeah, that was my.
we got that.
Okay, I will do that later. Hopefully that doesn't influence my mind outside of this dream state.
You get the idea that that's why it doesn't want to say it.
Yeah. You keep your sanity, Turtle.
As
Shit, man.
to why they are joining, though, the other part of the question, it basically states its directive is to prevent the land of the gods from being overtaken. By whatever means necessary, through cooperation if must.
Like, it was fairly apparent, but what would happen if the corruption spread to the domain of the gods? Just in case there's something I'm missing.
Using that in the same terminology that it was, or as in the different planes?
In the same terminology it was.
Because it was using that as the material plane. Okay. In that case.
Okay, well, we'll do that in the next.
Okay. In that case, what was the question again?
It said the objective was to stop the corruption from spreading and taking over the domain of the gods.
Yes.
And they said I felt fairly apparent what would happen, but was there any extra, just in case there was any extra surprises?
The goo would spread and the order of the spider would enact its law upon the world.
The order of the what?
The spider.
Goo. Or spider and goo. Yeah, what's the relation between the spider and the goo, or is it just they're two forces that don't really interact with each other because they can't kill each other?
The lightning aspect and the goo have been assimilated into one another. The lightning god's original purpose was one of order.
And now it is chaos.
It is both,
Or now it's...
but it is harnessing it and utilizing it as its own. It's allowing something that would otherwise be chaotic and ill-suited to do things to be competent.
We've got a Sheogorath situation going on here where we have the goo representing chaos and the crystal being order.
But a spider's order.
The spider was crystal.
No.
That's what I meant. No?
No.
There was a crystal spider, but that's not what they're talking about.
Okay.
And the crystal was probably spider because, you know, things built off of the goo to fight the goo. Other things.
Yeah.
What is spider then?
Spider is the form of
The god of lightning.
God of lightning.
Spider.
Okay.
So giant corrupted spiders. Bad news. Good to know.
Usually.
These
Even
fires
worse
seem
news
to
now that we know
be-
this.
The edges of your vision begin to cloud a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, I figured we're running out of time. We've been going at it. We got a lot out of this already.
Druids, you better be writing your shit down and
Another one?
memorizing it.
They're doing as much as they can because they are well aware that probably whenever this ends, this thing is going to crystallize and everything's going to be gone.
Okay.
Why spider?
Sanina, if you have any questions, or you want any information just beamed into your brain, come touch the turtle and get it now. Because seemed like York had something to do dealing with the runes, and I'm gonna go touch the
Nope.
crystal in a second.
Mine doesn't have anything to do with the runes now.
You shut up and take the free information.
This might be better information. I don't know. It's a risk.
Fair enough. If you've
How
got
to
a different
travel
info,
to the land of the gods.
if you've got a different info dump, yeah.
We're not strong enough for that.
How to travel to the land of the gods. The gods
They're
are
trying
locked.
to retreat and seal themselves.
The gods are locked in
Is
their
there a way to
respective
travel there?
planes, but one may travel there through their allowance, permission, guidance, whatever word means. They'll have to facilitate you.
Okay.
This can be done through communion. Would you like to know how?
Yes.
That will be an information overload.
We are running out of time anyways. I feel like this may be my last question anyways.
Alright, nosebleed, down.
Are you pausing for the info dump, or?
Of New York, nosebleed, down. He will know how to communion at the end of this.
Okay, time to go touch the crystal.
Does Sanina have anything?
Tanina wants to ask him why why spider.
That was simply its form. It has no better answer.
You could always
Sanina.
ask for information on scribing runes. If you want them.
Sanina touches the lava.
Maybe the forbidden knowledge of how to potentially double jump in the future.
Damn, I wish I could change my question.
I would like the forbidden knowledge on how to double jump.
That one's actually kind of mechanically difficult. Do you have a slightly easier one?
Alright, how to Halo
physics.
how to Halo style grenade jump or rocket jump.
That one's easy.
How can a mortal
Simple
become
one.
a god?
2 words. They cannot.
That's not true.
It means it doesn't know how.
Final call.
I'm down and out.
I asked my questions.
Like, this can get you new skills. Like a proficiency, or anything.
I don't know anything.
Sanina's just here.
Sinine's just here.
Would you like to know how to move faster? Walk away with a mobile feet at the end of this?
Can't grow my legs.
Probably can't grow your legs, but you can use them better.
Nothing else.
Sure,
Sanina's
if you gotta grow your legs, all of them just...
How do I become taller?
You just, like, all the legs
Sanina's
just
body.
into spiders, become drider.
Sanina's body and arms are, say, everything else above the legs is the same size, but then her legs just become like 5 feet long.
It's your actual thing. How do I become taller? I'll give you something, but it will be fucking cursed.
The disappointment is physically palpable.
If that would make me move faster, then yes.
So is your thing for move faster then? Is your end goal faster movement?
But I want it worded like, how do I grow faster? How do I get taller? Therefore faster, because legs are longer.
But Max, that's transmutation things.
Does Sanina only have 25?
Just to say, last time he implied transmutation things, I am now vomiting every time I eat plants.
Correct.
Sanine doesn't eat plants.
You
It
think
could be worse.
You think Sanina understands the consequences?
Maybe.
Sanine
Not
wishes
stupid,
to
but
be a
impulsive.
god. How can she be a god if she's not taller than her servant?
You're taller than me.
Am I?
Yes,
Yeah.
I am 2 feet tall.
Well, then she's got it taken care of.
Then problem solved.
The final call, nothing.
Sanine wants to be faster.
Okay. Nosebleed.
Okay, she got a thing done. Alright. Well, time to touch a crystal and, I guess, in the dream world. Something. Looks like it's already going. Fading.
Okay.
Sync up with desync turtle. Sync to crystal.
Crystal.
Is like the Assassin's Creed loading screen.
Sync.
Stink.
It's sync.
Oh, sync. Yes.
Mean fart.
The methane hit the lava, exploded. We all died, ending the simulation and canceling our work.
Druids kick you to death.
It's just the druids on the outside when we're still in the dream world, just sitting there kicking
It's the
Sanina in the
JoJo
chest.
meme. It's the JoJo meme.
Yep.
Okay. Sync with Crystal. It's one voice, but it's cacophonous. It's everywhere. And it's basically just repeating, I am fractured. Pieces will be found. We are coming.
Alright.
It's not ominous.
That's just all I get from syncing with it there. Do I get a feeling that can be translated?
You get the feeling of extreme distance, but it's on the way.
Well, that's not good. Turtle, teach me rune shit. We need to fight these fuckers.
It'll teach me how to inscribe. Yeah, sure. Fine, man. Nosebleed. Out.
Stonewall just touching the crystal. Oh. Okay. They're coming. That's not good. Yep. Alright, Turtle. We need more power.
Beep, 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 beep.
Okie dokie.
Actually, can I do a different thing from Turtle instead of Crystal?
Probably.
Unless maybe this might be the best way.
I'll let you want.
What is the best way that we can gain power to fight these crystals and kill them?
That becomes finding the aspects that remain, which you can tell it's talking about itself, the thing Selena has. The thing Yorick has.
Alright, we're already working on that.
Yeah.
Well, Turtle. Yeah, give me rune knowledge. See you in the future.
Alright, nosebleed.
Bye.
I have a final word, sorry.
No, I was just gonna see you. No, just see you in the future. Taking you with me.
Down you go.
But this isn't his.
Takes it anyway.
Someone will use this.
Well, if it's not mine, we'll find the person to use it. Filbert, take this. Become our new champion. You're our NPC now.
Not Silver.
Just force Filbert into the party. Look, we got other crystals to find. You're coming with us.
Only if Celine can kill him and resurrect him.
You can be his god, too.
I'll be his god.
I can resurrect him.
No, that's not how that works.
Well, you don't have a spell for it.
All right.
We can give you a spell storing ring that I can put a revive into.
You've all lost consciousness. You all eventually come to. You will have a splitting headache amongst all of you. But the good part is someone has a free feat, and the other guys have proficiencies they didn't have before. And, one of them has the ability to, immune with shit. See how that goes.
I'm not expecting great, but it's better than nothing.
That's gonna be like your Hail Mary, I imagine.
I don't really. Talking to a god directly doesn't sound like a bright idea unless you're really desperate.
That said, though, could that be a hell of a Hail Mary?
Dear God, it's me. Help!
Yeah. But you all come to, you're looking around, you're somewhere in the village. It looks like there's just a group of druids around all of you.
Are my legs longer?
No.
Stab me.
No.
This feels like a betrayal.
I can't stab you. Who will be my servant?
Jackson, I nominate him.
Nah, I'm taller than her.
God damn
Yeah, it's not part
it.
of.
Oh.
As you're having your oh
A girl
god
into a
everything
ball.
hurt, yeah. As you're having your oh god everything hurts conversation, you look around. There's a pile, just a big pile of passed out druids nearby, and
Yeah, I feel you, man.
you hear a low. You feel a low rumbling. Looking over, you can see the mostly crystallized turtle beginning to lose the last of its non-crystal substances. As
Could it die quieter?
rocks fall, Yorick gets hit in the head. As if anything could do it, this thing could.
I know, that's why I'm not sure if you were joking or not.
This time, yes, because they're speaking very quietly and it's very loud. As the last remnants of its non-crystallized flesh, stone, surface, are encompassed, you can see that same rusty color overtaking all of it. And there is a shockwave where you can see that it looks like the outside of it is preparing to potentially shatter. But at the last second, this wave of energy encompasses it and then begins to condense it. Which, the resulting cave shake is really quite scary. But at the end of everything, there is a rubble pile over there that looks like it's glowing with a rusty orange light.
York,
Don't speak so loud.
remember this for your stories. We've just watched something thousands of years old have its last.
Out of the mood, but it happens. You can kind of
Later.
see a druid
maybe.
nearby that looks very upset. When the person next to him turns and goes, "Yeah, I know, it was a very important factor." They go, "No, I left my favorite cup in there."
I respect that man. He's got his priorities.
All of you go start writing stuff down. Or actually wake up your friends first. Make sure they're okay.
They'll get to that and waking them up as time allows.
Start to go clear the rubble around the stone. Alright, Turtle. Well, even if you don't pick me, we're taking you with us. We're gonna find the person you go with.
Get up, head over there, and begin clearing rubble. You move these large chunks of discarded crystal, these pieces of cave. You're not standing in a very, structurally sound area. You get the feeling, but you're being careful not to, die.
I can take a few hits from rocks.
Yeah.
Put up the earth aura, put up the aura just in case.
And as you're doing so, you eventually find this small stone. Same color as your aura it was giving off earlier.
Hey York, how'd you talk to them?
Oh, that hurts.
You
So
would have to
he's
kind of be
not
yelling, because I don't know if
stopping.
he followed you.
I did it yet. Oh, he's yelling at us. Pull myself to my feet, grabbing something. I don't know, whatever's nearby.
The leg of a nearby druid.
Just use that to get myself up. Ugh. Stumble over there. What did you need?
How'd you talk to it? Did you just touch it and boom?
No. No, I cast a spell on it.
Well, that was for the like identifying how it got to this point. It activated upon you grabbing it, making contact with you.
But like afterwards, I guess when I picked it up.
Pick up stone.
It will give off a low glow, nowhere near as like vibrant as Sanina's and Yorik's were, but it's significantly more like energy flow, I guess you could say, than you felt whenever you were handling the other ones before.
Similar but different.
And
do the stone sorcery thing.
Okay. You do that. You do get a shade of the, whoa, hey, what are you doing? But
Turtle, you there?
other than that, can't respond proper, but whenever you are interfacing with it again, it's that same, like, initial feeling of, the old glove thing that I can't think of the word for. Comfort, reliability. Yeah, it fits like an old glove. It's a saying it's things are supposed to be this way.
Well, you might be some kind of fractured splinter of consciousness shoved into a stone crystal like the rest of them, or something along that lines. But I think we've got your purpose to do, and we've got some old enemies to go kill.
Okay. Since there is time, would you guys like to go handle Siegebreaker, or would you like the other team to go handle Siegebreaker?
If we got time, I guess we can go to Siegebreaker.
Up to you.
Let's go stop by Mom.
I have to ask what you mean by handling Siegebreaker.
I mean, go there and
know what's happening.
Go there and see what the fuck's going on. Probably end with you guys having it.
Yeah. Let's talk with Delilah first before we go.
Going to find your mother.
Yeah, let's give her results of what we know.
You do find them, and there is an obvious, like, question of what happened.
Let's sit down over some tea for this to maybe a long discussion.
Okay.
And just go over and describe the events of what they saw and talked about.
During all that, they will pipe up. That explains the echoes of coming threat that they kept getting whenever they were trying to commune with things.
Yeah, so we may need to gather the forces of pretty much all nations if possible to get their heads out of their asses and deal with a possible interdimensional threat. We've got some work to do.
Well, you have our support. And since that's gone, we'll probably need somewhere else to go.
Well, I'm going back to Siegebreaker. Unless either of you two have a next objective. Referring to Sanina and Yorick there.
Yeah.
I have
I
nothing
want my
to
head
do.
to stop hurting.
Drink some
Such
water.
a baby.
I am.
You're not a baby.
Jackson's mom will just cast something and pat you on the head. It's 10 times worse, and then it's better.
Just like. And, okay, what was the question?
Anything?
So nice.
plan on going back to Siegebreaker? Anything along the way, or others task?
I mean, offhand, nothing for me.
We may be encountering Lord Siegebreaker and his forces there potentially, or we may just need to clear out any squatters or potentially the plant stuff in the basement. Actually, Mother, if you have no quarrels with it, the lands around Siegebreaker, the people are kind and generous for the most part. It's say. I haven't been there in a while to check, but assuming the farmlands and everything are the same.
If you're asking me to move into your keep with my people, that sounds excellent.
Yes, and even if we should have room to accommodate with the keep. And even if so, I mean, there's plenty of forest and woodland around the area if you wish to make another gestures around cave.
If we need to, we'll just make a cave.
Also, I'm pretty sure the community would love the services of your people to help with the lands.
Kind of give a nod, but at the same time, you can tell there's a look of like, yay, interacting with people.
Also, if any of them disagree with you, let me know and I'll beat their ass.
I think I can handle myself, but sure.
Also, one of the next things on the agenda, we gotta get Dad back. One thing at a time, though. Let's go re-establish Siegebreaker.
I've been around there a couple of times. I know of some potential teleport via tree things I can go to.
How about the rest of your people?
Eh,
How about us?
slowly. Yes, you too.
Well, actually, yeah.
Just looking
you
at
can just-
Jackson like, what the hell, man?
Yeah.
It was assumed you were coming along since you said you were going.
Leave
No,
them
we're just
here.
gonna leave
Random
you.
underground town forever.
No, we're just gonna leave you underground where you don't know where you are. No,
I
of course
mean,
you're
with the
coming.
way my days have been going, you might.
You two are coming with the first waivers. If she can tree magic, she can probably just do it back and forth over the course of several days or weeks. Once they get one person here that can do other tree magic, like the gentleman that let us in the first place, it'll chain to where they can have more people tree magic back and forth until everyone's there.
I imagine
mean,
you all
I-
would like to rest, and then we can head that direction should you so wish.
You know what? I've had divine knowledge shoved in my head. That sounds like a good time.
You're gonna
I'd like
play
to
with
write
that
some of
tonight.
this. I'd like to write some of the stuff I've learned down and decompress a little.
I will see to it that you are accommodated.
Big leagues.
Heck
Yes.
yeah.
There's Anita. And Sunita,
Yeah.
I know you have a rough home life at some times, but as long as you're not stabbing anyone or disrupting the people around the area, you can have a home at Siegebreaker as well.
I don't just stab random people.
I don't believe you.
Probably not a bad idea.
It's the most repentant I've heard her.
All right, Eric,
Um,
you have us.
Alright. Fast forward time.
Although Matt sounded like he was about to say something as that
Nope.
happened.
Rewind time.
dope.
Fast
I
forward
was
time.
just laughing because I was just gonna say I was laughing because you guys can't see it, but the immediate reaction was hell yeah, high quality service was handshakes and shit over this end. And I'm imagining a tired Sinead and York just like, yeah, bam, bam.
Exhausted.
You are comfortably accommodated to the best of their abilities.
York getting some more bug.
Perhaps.
Oh yeah, the bug meant for York. York's bug.
Tastes kind of like
bug.
lobster.
Bug for York.
Oh, that bug. Yeah, that bug's actually pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah, York's bug.
Works bug.
I need to work on my crunk.
Having a
It is
perfect
going
Patrick
downhill.
Warburton doesn't. That's every scenario fulfilled in.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways. Yeah, transcribe the rune stuff and just general stuff they learned through from there.
Okay. For the most part, that's a wisdom check, and the results are based off of what material and how much of it you're going to use. Most gemstones work, but each one will need a 1-to-1 on Moonstone.
Okay. Damn it, you made it a wisdom check.
Would you like it to be an intelligence check?
I'll take intelligence or charisma. Wisdom is kind of negative too.
Don't know if I can charisma it, but we can give you intelligence.
Okay. Since I would say it's a magic crafting thing.
Yeah.
And sorcerer be
Study the
charisma.
way of the arcane.
Well, yeah, but
Yeah.
like if you were 1-to-1 enchanting, I'd say charisma's up there for it. But since you're like following a formula, it's a little different.
Yeah. And when I said that, I mean I'm not actually like doing any of it right now. I'm just writing the notes down so they're actually written down.
Yeah, I was just like, that's what it's. Here's how it works. You need 1-to-1 Moonstone. Results vary depending on how much of something you're shoving into it.
And just writing down the events of the visions of the past and what we have to acquire.
Yep.
Just gonna sit while doing. I'm just gonna have a little like lantern or something, whatever source of light, sit up there, just at a desk writing it down. Just have the turtle stone in his lap.
So long as you are like actively basically giving it attention, it emits that dull glow. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with it. Maybe it's because it's brand new. Like the other ones are very vibrant whenever they go off. This one just doesn't seem to have that at this time.
Yeah, it's okay, turtle. We'll get you up into shape. We'll kill your enemies. There are enemies too.
Probably over some time and playing with it, it'll probably adjust better. And there'll be a time skip. So, probably gonna happen.
Yeah. We bamfing over to Siegebreaker?
Not to say anything else before the next day.
Is Matt messing with Dream Communion?
Oh no.
Is Matt messing with what?
Do you want to talk to God?
I feel like right now is not a great time, man.
Through the knowledge that you have been imparted, it seems less of a get these materials together, perform a ritual, and more of like a switch in the brain that most people can't press, that you have now gained the ability to press.
Good, my brain's even more fucked up now.
You have done this to yourself.
I know. Why is it always my brain?
Because it's hard to access a spirit.
With all that bardic information.
I'm gonna have so many things just sitting in my brain by the end of this compared to normal characters. It's not funny.
You can get worms in your brain.
I already tried.
They did.
York just needs to become an author and write out all of the Githyanki history and then all of this. What's York's final book?
I don't think I can be taken by the worms Because then they have the knowledge of how to push that switch.
I wouldn't let
just-
yourself get taken by the worms, because then they have the knowledge of how to push that switch.
You're just...
But yeah, no, that's not good.
It's okay. We'll just bathe you in acid.
Melt
I
it.
don't plan on getting caught anyways, but that's a scary thought that just occurred to me, guys.
It's okay, I have acid stuff to acid you.
It's
I might accidentally kill you with a chromatic orb or something like that. Or down you. But we'll get rid of those with damn worms.
Alrighty then.
But I'm good.
The next day,
Cool.
once you are all coming to and have had your I'm still tired breakfast is out of the way, then you are led to a tree large enough to teleport via plants, people. And if there's aught else that you require, then a portal is opened up, and you can see that you're coming out of a hill somewhere overlooking Siegebreaker Keep.
Da-da-da.
They begin the
home.
druid train.
Home. It's been several months.
It's been a
Probably.
while.
Almost close to a year at this point, possibly.
It's been a while. Alrighty, how you tackling this? You want to go up there alone? You want to just have the druid march?
Let's not say, is like the countryside with the people on the way, like the peasants and such along the way?
There is not. This particular tree is very close to the keep itself, and anything with the keep would just be in the keep. Everything still looks in disrepair, like it looks like nobody's been in there to fix things.
Alright. Still broken. Well, I'm going. Whoever's coming with, come with. To keep on watch. Actually, wait. Mother, could you or some other druid that can commune with the plants come with us in case that giant plant thing is still in the basement? And potentially dissuade it.
She will get someone's attention as she's kind of organizing people and send them along with you.
'Cause I don't know if it's offensive or not. If I get attacked by that thing again, I'm just burning it.
She pushes forward what appears to be like a more gaunt-looking elf.
Yeah.
They'll wave.
Hello.
Up to the job of talking to a plant and that may try to eat or murder you to dissuade it or get it under control.
Hopefully.
Yep, good enough.
So he's filled me with confidence.
Listen, as long as you're not decapitated,
Die.
I can revive you. As long as you're not decapitated or organs destroyed, too bad. Dismembered, that such.
too bad.
They'll give a nod. This is just overall. This is a group of people that just don't people.
Okay.
And for once, it's not us.
Wow.
Finally, a group that makes you look good. I mean, doing great.
Yeah.
Hey, we look good through our accomplishments. Our accomplishments just aren't recognized by anyone.
Correct, because most of them have been in a form, facet, or manner that just aren't seen.
Well, they were recognized by Filbert, and he paid us a large sum and has given us other stuff.
Yep.
Filbert's a piece of garbage, though. He don't count. Does not count.
You say from
Anyways.
atop your huge pile of money.
Anyways, Castle, anything in between on the way?
like I said, it's close by. There's really nothing in the way.
I meant like going there. Anything for us?
No.
Okay, so get to the castle gate, I guess, and go in.
Going inside, everything is more overgrown than it was before. And you do see some bodies that look like they've just been drank.
That don't look good. Like they're just like mummified, just had all the liquids out.
Like they got bit by a little necrotic damage dealing plant thing that drinks your nutrients.
Oh, that didn't feel good when that happened. Hey, Yorick, here, take this.
Yeah. What is this?
Give him the Stone Aegis.
Oh, that feels weird.
You can see the little amulet thing that this druid person is wearing light up a little bit.
Cool. What's that?
Looking down, you can see your own do so as well.
Oh, I don't remember this doing this before. Any recommendations for this sort of stuff?
For like the plant specifically?
Yeah, why is our stuff glowing?
It's the friend or foe thing. They might be in a little danger, but maybe not if things go well.
Alright, so you can just tell them we're friend.
Hopefully.
Okay. Stay out of fireball distance. We'll be ready to run out of it.
Carrying on forward.
Carrying on forward, do a quick overview of, as I do a quick walkthrough of some of the places.
Okay.
Go by, just check things out. Eventually go to the...
Because you know there's a bunch of stuff in the dungeon, I'm assuming you're heading there last because video game instincts.
Yeah, pretty much putting the dungeon off last to just check other things around.
Alright. Going through, there is overgrowth, and it is very prevalent. It very quickly becomes apparent that you just need to send Sanina and Yorick back outside. Because even though there's mainly non-aggression, some of the little ones will just like bite at their heels, and that fucking hurts.
Ow.
Yeah, that.
Well, I guess since you guys, you two don't have some kind of this, whatever this amulet is,
Ow.
They don't like you.
Stop it. Guys just don't like me anymore. I see how it is.
Never liked you.
No, apparently not. I can't eat them. They try to eat me.
Okay.
As we're leaving out, it's like, what's up with plants now?
The Archdruid may be able to do something with them later.
Okay. Well, by the way, what's your name, fellow?
My name is Lewis.
Not traditional elven. Then again, you're not from a traditional elven place. Well, I don't know where you're born, but if you're born there.
Yeah, but I didn't really. It just... They were more... normal magic, I guess, and I just... didn't take.
Yeah, fair enough. Different magics for different people. Well, I'm going to show you to the basement now, where, well, the plant thing is. See how this goes.
Alright.
Let me know. If you think that we can do this without harming the creature, that's fine. If you think we'll need to get reinforcements or maybe someone else to talk to it, I can use Dimension Door to get us about 500 feet away in a direction, and we can go get some other druids. I'll leave that up to your judgment.
They will not. Carrying down and continuing down into the dungeon. You do eventually re-find the big giant plant monster. doesn't seem hostile, and as they pass, the elf will just kind of put a hand on it. Like, pat, pat.
Are we good? I don't.
We seem to be. Though I have to say this thing does seem to have been guarding something. We want to continue down further.
If it'll let us go.
You gotta move through it. Kinda like if a plant could sniff or had any reason to sniff. It kinda checks you out, but then lets you pass.
Cool. It would have been nice if it acted this way last time. Still had the amulet then. Weird.
It probably just wasn't, like, connected to you or something.
Might have been in a fresh attack mode from dealing with other people.
Also that. As you're...
Oh man, I gotta clear out dead bodies from the castle again.
And just leave them there, the plants will take care of them eventually.
Fair enough, I guess.
As you're going through, some of the cells behind that plant thing, they're filled with boxes and supplies.
Well, this is an odd place for supplies.
Open up a cell, see what the hell's going on. Okay.
Yep, check them out.
You get in there, do so. Opening up one of the boxes, it's that purple powder stuff, the powdered blightstone.
Oh, Father, you might have some explaining to do if you're the one that brought this here and not just the fuckheads trying to get in. Let's close that back up so the dust doesn't get in the air.
Okay.
Are there other? Is it just all that in the boxes?
There's a lot of that. You also see, like, shipping forms, how things got to places, and, like, kind of scrawled in areas, like, rudimentary maps of locations and things like that.
Does it look like Jack's handwriting?
Kinda, yeah. Maybe a bit more hurried than usual.
Father, what have you gotten into? One thing after another. Well, I'll have to sit. I guess I'll have to do some research on this when we get things settled in more. Actually sit down and take a read over everything. Pretty much just gather up all the notes and scrawlings and everything.
Continuing forward deeper into the dungeon, your passive perception's real low, but you're with a druid, so they will kind of tap you on the shoulder and point forward where you can see a dull green glow, like mostly concealed, coming from one of the cells. You guys got a big dungeon because you have a really big keep.
What's the glow?
Going over to that particular cell and opening it up, it looks like there's just a blanket tossed over something. Removing the blanket, it's that giant-ass orb you gave to the organization, and then they used recently.
I have many questions that I am unsure how to vocalize at the moment, and a great deal of confusion.
The elf knows and understands nothing.
Like the orb that we gave to the captain.
Yeah.
For money.
Correct.
Well, let's throw this in my bag of things that I need to organize and go through.
Have you been grabbing things, or like just this is a big orb? It's not gonna fit.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. You said this orb wasn't like a baseball size. This thing was actually big.
Big.
I mean, all the notes and other stuff. Not the powder itself, but the notes and other stuff I've been all storing, and like little things that I could go along the way. But yeah. Ooh. Okay. Is this big enough to like heft under one arm?
It's a two-hand.
Okay. Hmm.
And also, I don't know if you want to hold it.
I don't remember what it was like to touch. It's
Don't
been a while.
remember who touched it.
I think
I did.
I feel like York was the one that carried it.
Let's be real. If it has to do with kind of sketchy, 9 times out of 10, they both shoved me into it.
Yeah.
I had to carry the light trident, so someone else had to carry the orb.
Oh, you fucker. I could have carried that trident so easily. But here we are. Let's not dwell on the past.
Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Was this one of the last cells that we were going through here?
There are still some more. And you're with a druid who has a high wisdom. They're going to kind of tap you and say, I think I hear something. Further down.
Okay, I'm gonna relock this cell, and we'll come back to this. Throw
Okay.
the blanket back over it, relock it.
There we go. Like, nothing can hurt us now because we got a blanket over thing.
Look, it can, cover the glow a little bit.
It worked for
Don't you know
Bravest
blankets
Warriors for
make
like
things-
2 seconds.
As
no
you say,
offense.
don't you know it makes people invincible?
The demons under the bed can't get to it now.
Yeah.
It's protected.
Or down the stairs.
Continuing forward, looking into the cells, you see one that's just filled with money. Like bags and boxes and little treasure chests.
Okay, I was in the dungeon pretty recently. Okay, not pretty recently, but before all this happened, none of this was here.
Correct. Coming up on almost the last cell before the hallway kind of turns a bit into what's basically like the overseer office, there is a person chained to a chair who is very dead.
Were they like plant drinking?
No. And it looks like it was slow.
I feel like Filbert and his men have been using our dungeon for something, and this is weird. We'll have to get to this later, though.
Want to investigate the body?
Yeah, let's.
Okay.
Poke it.
Investigation check.
14 on the die. What's my investigation? 1, so 15.
Okay. Looking it over, it appears to be a noble person of some sort. Like, giving them a real, examination, though. It looks like the clothes are the type that are, battle-hardened. Not battle-hardened, but woven with something to make it to where they are applicable for combat.
Kind of like what Jackson wears generally. It's not full pleasure, it's not full leisure, but it's.
Well, yours is more functional combat stuff. This is more I'm wearing a suit and tie, but it's made out of anti-ballistic material.
Yeah. All right. Any symbol or anything to recognize?
Not on them currently. It doesn't look like anyone you know or have ran into.
What race are they?
No.
Well, Sanina might be able to. I don't think Sanina has any issues looting a dead body. These clothes might help her out some if she doesn't mind.
Perhaps.
We'll come back to that later, though. Anything? Okay. Well, Lewis, continue on.
Moving down the corner into the little office area, it's a shut door. Listening very, very carefully, though, you can hear snoring.
Is there a little latch to open and look through?
There is no little latch to open and look through on this side. There is one on the door, but it is currently closed. And looks like it opens from the other side.
And this is the end part of it, yes?
Yes.
Lewis? Stand back, please.
They take 3.5 steps back.
Go one more set of that back, please.
One more set or one more step?
one more set, like another 3.5.
All right, they total 7 steps back.
There you go. Okay.
They're now around the corner. They can no longer see you.
Keep your head poked around the corner, maybe. I don't know. Might need help, might not.
But that's too many steps forward.
No. Just poke your head around the corner. That's it. Just enough to where you can see.
Okay. No one can see him, so they don't know what he's doing. But it's stupid.
It's okay. He's with the right crowd. Sit there and stretch his arms and chest some. And take let's take the Stone Aegis off York and put it on himself. And proceed to pound on the door. Well, it's supposed to be like a thin gray transparent aura. Like a stony gray. But bang on the door.
Donk, donk, donk. Not trying to go through.
I thought you said it opened from the other side.
Well, the little latchy thing does, but it may or may not be locked.
Oh, let's see if it's locked first then.
It is not.
Open door.
Open door. There in the corner, on a cot, is a shape under blankets that is snoring.
Anything else?
None of the, candles or torches are lit in here, so it's dark. You have dark vision.
Light. Yeah, I have dark vision.
It looks like there's a sink that has, a little bucket next to it. Toothbrush. Some combs. Axe. Kind of bloody, but bucket. Who cares? Clothes in a big pile in the corner. Map of stuff. What appears to be a magical something on a desk. Looks kind of like the doorway thing Sanina has. A little different.
Let's look at the map.
Stealth check, because there's a person sleeping right there.
3.
Alright. You go over there to kind of look at the map, and you go to move it a bit, and just this pile of loosely stacked stuff falls off the desk. At which point in time, the moving shape kind of freaks out for a bit. Starts up. Figures out that there's another shape in the room. And an axe appears in their hands.
Boy, mean you no harm at the moment.
They are processing. You recognize it now? Just in his small clothes is Jack. Looks a bit like a wild man.
Father? Father. Are you okay?
Are you real?
Yes. I've actually spoken to Mother recently. She's here with us. In the lands.
The dread in his eye changes from one type of dread to a different type of dread.
Father, what's going on? You don't look well.
They are going to run forward and give you a hug.
Have that moment of, okay, and then stop for a second to just reciprocate and pick him up off the ground.
Once that is over, they'll kind of step back. Realize that A, they're holding a bloody axe. They were ready to chop you down. And B, they are not dressed for this occasion.
Father? We need to have a talk, but I'm going to give you some time. And I'll go get Mother as well, but I want you to tell me the truth of the matters. And the whole truth for what you can. I've been missing a lot of information from a lot of people. And I need to know what's going on.
Okay,
But I'll let you rest some as you don't.
You have me at disadvantage. I'll be fine. I just got back from a raid. Please step out. Let me appropriately garb myself, because if I walk outside without my necklace, my guard dog will eat me.
Yes, I've realized that before. Father, did you raid Philbert's men?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Why?
Because I figured out that they were the motherfuckers that started the goddamn parasites.
Stonewall just having the blank expression of just, well, alright, well, we get to do what Sanitas wanted to do this whole time. Just have to figure out how to do it without dying ourselves.
So gauging by that response, you're not gonna try to hurt me.
No, we've had contracts with Philbert before that are impending for doing a few missions, which obviously we can't talk about due to the contracts. However, we have no current contracts ongoing at the moment.
Alright. Go get dressed, I can explain. I told you, you people. He'll just give you a wave.
You want me to go get Mother?
Oh yeah, that's why I'm not talking correctly. Probably should, shouldn't you? But, oh, gods.
Okay, I'm gonna go
mid-story, we feel the aura of a doomed man in the distance.
I'm gonna go get Mother. I'll let you process this. I will be listening and probably laughing at you.
Imagine if we're gonna have a conversation outside of the beginning. That's gonna probably just be between her and I.
I'll let you have some alone
Dealing
time. It's
with
been a while.
spies and that. Okay.
Yeah, listen, he might have been spying on our entire party this entire time. Yeah, there's been some shit that's happened. Pull out the stone. Pull out the stone. Got one. Got another one of these.
It's okay. I sent some very unhappy, lanky fucks to their building a few days ago. I'm sure they're dealing with their own things.
Interesting, interesting. What are the chances that they are just going to come to us now?
They'll kind of shrug and say, shouldn't.
Are you sure about that, with their spies not tracking people?
His shrug remains.
And have you heard of the works of Vashner and his men and what's going on with that dealing of the country?
I've been a little separated from the news, but I do know that there's a lot of fighting happening north of here.
That is understandable. If we don't have a current mission at hand, I may go lend Vashner aid if he calls for it, as he has been a true companion and one of the only people to aid me in time of need. We killed a necromancer along the border that was dealing with stuff in the Forbidden Zone.
Sounds like you have a lot of stories to tell.
I'll fill you in. I'll go get Mother and let you get dressed, and we'll talk over food. We'll talk over food and drink. And maybe talk like a family with some other people.
Okay. So, going back and grabbing things at this point in time, do you want summarization until the final thing, or do you want RP the entire way?
Let's get fuck it. Let's RP some over. I guess we'll have the whole party there for dinner.
Okay, that's
There's
fast.
just a single tear being shed in the land of the dead, of no one even asking if Saltmire was okay.
He's kind of at a disadvantage. It would come up over dinner.
Yeah. No.
Also, he might assume that Saltmire is just a smaller orange lizard thing now. Maybe he's molted.
Maybe he's molted and lost about 4.5 feet.
Yeah, no. Over dinner. Part of definitely the conversation is going to be telling him of everything that has happened since leaving. Eric. Can you? Can we have a quick little break here while you get everything together you've got? We gotta go to the bathroom.
Okie dokie. More info dump. Hooray!
Yeah. Look.
Hey,
look,
listen, we got some good shit.
Info's good.
This is the last chapter of Disc 1, as you said.
Yeah.
We had our little climactic ending there. We're just getting the info dump before we insert Disc 2.
And as we all know, with Disc 1, everything's good. And at the end of Disc 2, everything's better. And if Disc 3, everything goes to shit. And at the end of Disc 4, you win or die. Or both.
It's okay.
Occurs.
It's okay. We're the side party. The other guys can get fucked with the main bosses.
Yeah, you'll show up and do some more important things during 2 or 3. Surely.
Yeah.
That's what
You say that.
I believe this.
All right,
We're
we just
pretty good at avoiding things.
just have to learn how to manifest the crystal back to their original form and just drop the mountain turtle over Filbert and his city. We did it. Okay, go to the bathroom.
You get it? We could just go tell Attica.
Short brack.
Simo, we did it. We did it.
Well, realistically, you guys have accomplished quite a lot.
Matthew. Bad.
That's a shoe at. Just one more shrink. Sad.
No, the shoes are out of arm's reach.
That's a mistake.
It's a purposeful one on my part. Here we are, not dead.
Surprisingly enough.
You know, every time we make it through a boss fight without anyone dying, it's a bit of a surprise.
You guys have also had some difficult boss fights thus far. You're kind of due for one that's just finished this some other way.
You mean you kind of get you're getting tired of like just obliterating us halfway?
Gasp.
Nah, but like,
Bringing low our pride.
it is not my fault Fashion Your Soul to kill.
I'm not talking about getting snatchers to the kill. I'm talking about the, oh man, it looked at me. Oh, fuck, it looked at me.
Oh
That's just gonna be how things go.
Well, I'm fucked.
no. Oh no.
I'll bet.
Oh no. Oh no.
Especially because I'm contemplating this mutation, if it's worth it.
It's a good job at keeping you not dead.
It does. That's the only reason I haven't bailed on it already.
Maybe you can talk with the druids about giving you more meat-based potions.
Yeah, that was actually one of the things I wanted to bring up.
That'll probably be
There's
during the
meat-based
time skip
potions.
where I'm at
Yeah,
any
that's
spots.
kind of what I was holding off till.
Because something's going to happen at the very end of this session. And then there's going to be some world, like, setting adjustment as a result. And then it'll be a little while later with you guys having full access to Siegebreaker and a lot of other stuff. Because the parasitic flight's also coming to an end. Spoiler.
Fair. You couldn't see it, but as soon as he mentioned Filbert being responsible for that, and you should have seen the look of smugness on Max's face. Well, I think we all knew it. The confirmation. Oh my god.
But because it's all going to be
The smoke
over
was real.
by next time, their objectives and the work of the other party have kind of made it to where what they needed to have complete has been complete.
Good to know. He unleashed all this shit and got what he wanted.
Of course he did. He's a rich.
But as to what that goal was, a little different.
Shank him 3 times in the street.
Pew, 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 pew.
It's
But
not
then
like he probably
Vashni
hasn't
wouldn't be a
earned it.
war hero.
I don't care.
How dare you. More than half of Diakov wouldn't be united under a single flag.
Yeah, and look where that's probably going to be going. How long deconstructing how badly this would go?
Back.
What are you doing?
What? I'm
Why are
looking
you
for a
making
bolt
so
for our
much
table that
noise?
fell, since we were just sitting here talking.
Back. Okay.
So I'm back, and I've mostly regained my taste over the last couple hours. Is my nose clearing out?
It went away.
I could not. I didn't have my nose capabilities, and I didn't. Okay, it's not that I couldn't taste; it's that all I could taste was sick.
Ah.
When you feel it in your in the back of your sinuses. But that's cleared up over the last few hours. It was not passion fruit plant; it was dragon fruit. The cactus plant.
You
All
said
right.
dragon fruit earlier.
I thought I said passion fruit.
Okie dokie. Ready to
It's
go?
not bad, but not the best. Yeah, ready to go.
Ready to stab.
What up, Eric? I'm trying to get you a
Take
fantasy.
this, and this, and this, and this.
I don't know if you had put the on break sign up,
Yeah,
actually.
Yeah, it's been up, but I can remove it now. All right. So getting back into it. Huff to you too, sir.
No, I actually just pulled a bolt at the bottom of my table. I'm trying to put it back.
So if we hear a crash, I know what happened.
We better not hear a crash.
Regardless. Jackson runs back and informs the party of what's going on. Hey, his father's there. Where your fucking thing? Talk to his mom about getting the plant, under control. Jack deals
I'd
with
like to not get eaten.
the impending
Hear a
situation.
crash and then ow.
We're going to be above ground for it, so might not need a necklace. We'll be at the dining hall.
Okay. So after a little bit, you go to the dining hall. It's obvious that Jack has been living the I'm living in the basement life. So the stuff up there for you guys to eat, it's not like high quality food, but it's there.
Everybody gets a plate with just a single good berry on it.
And I look sadly at it.
No, it's more like either military ration or just whatever the fuck he can find in a pseudo canned variety. Things that last a while.
I don't need you to.
We have salted meats that have been partially desalted from washing.
Here you go. You can have sardine.
Hey, salt pork and beef can last for a long time, so long
It
as
can.
it's properly kept.
I'm like that kid who never wants to eat just vegetables. Just, all right, here's some meat, here's some meat, here's some meat.
So
That
me,
was you
today.
when we first started dating.
What?
That was you when we first started dating.
That's been years to my life.
It's okay, I get him to eat some veggies when I put them in soup.
I eat veggies now.
He eat veggies now. He grew up.
Remember you? I remember you ate like half a pound of onions and carrot when I had you over for dinner.
Alrighty. We don't have that here, though.
Matt destroyed that. Matt literally destroyed like a pound of meat, like half a pound of vegetables, apple, in just like 5 minutes.
I was hungry. I'm sorry.
Welcome to my life, Robert.
I know, it was just funny. Like, I was still getting mine prepared, and like, all of his meat is gone. It's like, Anyways, continue.
So everyone has their little thing. Real talk. Yeah, you probably have some like ration grade calorie mate style things across the board, except for Yorick, who requests meat and probably gets like a fish in can situation.
I will take it.
York,
Yeah.
take your dried fish and add some salted butter onto it. Makes it taste a little
Pick it
better.
up.
Helps it go down.
Sniff it. Ooh.
Smells of
Butter.
fish and what?
Butter.
Yep, you'll want the butter. Maybe prestidigitate it too. Or your powder.
I sprinkle some of my food enhancers on it.
Gave York a bag of MSG.
Basically.
It's built for
Get down.
rations that don't taste good.
Get down to business and just start going over the story of what's happened.
Not doing
Okay.
the Huns.
Unless you guys want to actually give your own like rendition of it, I'm assuming you're just starting at heading the Rock Hollow and then going from there.
Pretty much, yep.
So then, Yorick, you probably get some new information. If they haven't talked about it beforehand. You have it now for sure.
Oh, like what happened before he joined?
Yeah.
Hold on. What? We were having the parties in the bar. Just underneath all that. Okay.
Underneath all what?
Nightbringer.
Where we met you guys.
I told you we were fighting worms, and what happened here, and that I had sieged a castle before. I didn't go into details with it, but yeah.
Huh.
You could have asked the details at any point. I would have told you.
I guess I just didn't connect the dots. I was a little distracted.
That is fair.
Were you distracted by dying? I don't know.
Maybe the brain probes probably didn't help either.
I throw my fork at Sanine.
Roll attack.
Nat 1, damn it.
Alright.
He catches it and throws it back at him.
I was gonna narrate it, but if you've got it, sure. You roll to attack.
No!
Please, Nat 20. Just stick the fork in him.
14.
Miss! Maybe.
Interesting exchange.
Just jump up on the table. Just like, ah! And then crawl back down.
So anyways, after we dealt with the necromancer, we contacted Filbert some more, told him the situation there, then decided that we were going to then contact Mother here. Wandered around for a while until we got to location of contact. Met her. And just go over the events of what happened there.
Yep.
We now have the third stone. And well, just reunited with you, and now we're here.
Kind of give a nod. And you can tell he's proud you've been going off and doing things. Like actually accomplishing some things.
We might receive it, as I said during part of that. I did meet Lord Siegebreaker, and I'm not the best at judging people, but he at least did seem to have some mutual respect for the accomplishments, what have happened.
They'll kind of wave it off. Yeah, they're probably fine. They just noble cast. They're a little... Bleh.
Yeah, it was more, they may come and try to take it back.
I doubt that.
Probably don't have the balls. They saw me turn into a shrimp and be able to obliterate things. They don't want it.
In the meantime, I've just been off, raising hell. Felt kind of good.
That's probably where I like the blowing things up with fireball from.
I have a question.
For who?
Were you in the basement? Look at Jack. Were you in the basement, and he lists the months when they, the time period, the months ago when they first came through here?
Yeah.
We were screaming for help.
God,
A lot of them do.
He's not wrong. I mean, most people are going to scream for help in some situation like that.
You were one of them.
I know.
You know what? Nope. 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 Nope.
See, I found my other
High
axe.
consensus.
I wondered where the fuck it went.
Oh, yeah, so I didn't actually find this. The goblin we had in our party who died, and we tried to leave it. We left his soul with the lizard folk to try and free, but
That is above my pay grade.
Yeah, no, like I said, we left it with him. Yeah, he found it, and it eventually made its hands back to me because, well, it's our family axe here.
So speaking of things you guys find and other people get their grubby little hands on, you guys know what the fuck that big green orb does? Because I do.
I have an idea, but I'd like to see it.
Didn't you cast Identify on it and it not give you a full picture?
No, I did not have that spell at the time.
Yeah.
But I would like to cast it on it now.
Maybe don't. It might get mad. Very powerful. I was watching one of their little supply return area things, and I saw that they were
mind control.
Yeah. But I had a story I was gonna tell. I mean,
let's go.
Well, no, you kind of stole my
thunder. I want to hear the story still. No.
Fine.
So
fine.
you're telling me to back off. I want to hear the story too.
Story time over dinner.
All right. So I saw him taking something into a warehouse. Went, I can take him. And then I took him. And then I got the thing. And I had to run the fuck away. Luckily, I had a friend there. Captain of a weird ship. They got me out safely.
Yeah, we've been on that ship a few times, I think.
Ah, cool.
Yeah, we're the one that gave the captain the orb, and so.
Didn't have much of a choice at the time.
Got me out safely. We conspired. Because he's great. I was pissed.
I knew it.
And you know those fucked up alien things out in the spaces between?
Yeah, we killed some of those too.
Yeah.
Like
See, I'm familiar.
They're real fucking susceptible to the powder stuff. And also other things of mind control, something to do with their fucked up brain spaces.
I fireballed like 40 of them. That worked real well.
You don't say.
So I just convinced the captain to let him chase us. And then use the Orby thing. And then we teleported underneath and they followed us. And then we teleported away and they didn't. So whatever the hell it was they were doing, it's probably, ooh.
There seems to be a lot of interdimensional problems going around here. Quick question before the next story. Well, this is probably a lead off of that story. What's up with the gnome? What's up with the gnome tied in the basement in the suit?
Information source.
Got it. Tortured for information. Get anything?
That he thought he was better at stabbing than he was. And also the locations necessary to go and steal the orb.
Alright. Think his clothing would be good for Sanina over there.
I don't think it was magically enchanted. We might be able to do so with, a bunch of druids moving in, and he'll kind of look across the table a bit sheepishly.
But would it look good on me?
Jack will just kind of, square up his face and give you a once-over,
Sanine does a little pose.
You could pull it off. Yeah.
I want to make eye contact with Sanine. Funny question for a god.
We can, if anything, we can have it. It could be
God's wish to be desirable. Do you want to die again?
Why do I travel with this crew?
I don't know. The power dynamic between you two is something. Are you in love?
Not really.
He's my servant. I bring him back to life.
A lot.
Stockholm syndrome.
Hmm.
I'm his god.
She thinks
Also,
she is.
Also, we have traveled far and wide, and what pay we've gotten has been significant.
He'll give a nod. Like, I have stolen a lot as well.
Did you happen to, like, did it have like a staff or something like that with the orb?
Not whenever I took it. Sorry.
Well, that's the other piece of it.
I'm guessing that does a thing that's important.
Probably that's
Something with it.
Maybe control it, direct it, more power, something.
So I guess I should pose a question to you, and he will look over at your mother. Do you know how to hide magical things from other people that can find magical things? She will nod. Excellent.
Is it a blanket? Trick question.
Of course it's a blanket.
How do you know my secret?
Just axe slowly raising up from under the table.
No, he's got the teleport to hand axe.
Because blankets are a mysterious power. That's all.
Father, do you want your axe back? I haven't really used it much as well. I mostly do magic stuff.
It's fine that you keep it. I've got this one. And it's a very, very similar to axe. It looks like they're a twin set.
Yep. It's a good backup to have. Also found out something really, really cool that I can do with it. Only used it once, though. Things don't like to hit us up close, really.
Alright.
Deals with the stone stuff got from Mother.
Look at a nod that says he does not understand that particular topic.
Okay, so watch this. Rub his hands together, and put a gray aura on Yorick.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so if someone hits Yorick, as long as there is a surface for me to get to them, I can move to them instantaneously through magic, and then beat them with my axe.
Is the movement destructive because I don't want to break the table?
It is not, and also it is enhanced with the magical energies that is bestowed upon me.
So does he get hurt and then you just retribution them?
Pretty much.
Ah. He picks up a
Also,
spoon.
It hasn't come up yet. It hasn't come up yet.
It came up once. You were unconscious, I think. Also, the gray aura itself provides a bit of protection.
The spoon turns in Yorick's direction.
It also needs to be within pretty much melee distance.
I'm sorry.
So range things don't count.
It is a very weird ability. I haven't got to test it too much, honestly, because everything likes to just blast us with elemental things, it seems.
Puts down the spoon.
Unless Eric wants to modify it to
I
range
put
the attacks.
down my knife.
Oh, please. This guy has many fighter levels.
I'm just kidding. I don't have a knife. Not a hand.
Unless Eric wants to modify the ability that I've used one time because I literally had to beg you to get it to go off.
I want to be sent that stuff because I don't actively have it and give it a looks over. After this, perhaps.
We've hand waved a lot of it because of just I sent it to you one time a long time ago.
Yeah, because I don't really know it.
I just copied the link.
I don't know. Regardless, continue on.
So, what all have you rated exactly over these past few months? We've tried to contact you, but short answers like you were rather busy.
Well, yeah, I'm
Rude.
fucking up people that play with spycraft.
I figured you could respond at some point, when it was a bit less hectic.
Didn't know for sure that you were the one writing.
That is fair. They could probably copy my handwriting pretty easily.
And I can't just be like, yo, hey, I'm living in the basement. Because if I did that, there'd be an army in front of my basement.
And And also, okay, so where did you get all that blight steel powder?
I wrecked some of their shipping lines. It looks like they were bringing it back from somewhere. And I just stole the boxes and ran away.
All right. Yeah, I got some of I took some of your manifest from the basement because I was going to sit and read over them because I didn't know you were down there yet. Got them all here in my bag.
I don't know where they're getting it from, but as soon as it hits some of the spots that I was able to bandit, I banded it.
Well, Sanina's dad got murdered dealing with that stuff.
Oh. My condolences.
Tell a story of what we learned from Filbert and Sanina's situation. That is the story that we have coming from Filbert, so we don't know the full accuracy of it. However, we were in a room that had a constant zone of truth in it. Obviously, he could bend his words to work around it, but that is what we were told.
Well, obligatory if you want to live in a big keep thing that I guess we should probably actually fix now. And have a greater opportunity of, eventually punching that guy in the dick. You want to come over here? Set up shop?
Perfect, I planned on rebuilding. Even if you weren't here, I was going to start dumping some funds into getting this place fixed back up.
And we could use some good tavern keeps, which apparently, from your stories, your brother or sister is? Eh?
My brother?
Eh?
Really? It'd also be cool to have 17B back around.
He'll point a finger like,
guess.
yeah, giant robots.
I guess.
Hey, that means you get to go back to bullying Valen.
I already have a new bully. I already have a new victim.
I throw a
Subject
fish at her.
agreement. Just a piece of dried fish.
Yeah.
Ew.
Stop throwing the good food.
It was gristly peace. It wasn't good food in particular on that one.
It is edible
Keep throwing
substance
food,
that we
you
have
get
to
no
make
more
use of
food.
for the moment.
Honestly, I'm kind of
So I have
working
a
under the
question.
assumption that the army of druids moving into my house are going to provide a lot of that. She'll look up, she'll give a nod. Mhm.
Yes.
So
Yes.
it's Jackson here. I got a question for you, buddy. Does this mean we can do what Sanina wanted to do and tell Filbert to piss off about the stones?
No. It means
No. What?
no. Listen up. If we tell him to fuck off, he obviously knows immediately. We don't tell him shit until we do shit.
What
And
I'm
then we
saying
don't-
is, we don't give him the stones to work with.
No. Hey, by the way, bit of a moral issue we've had here
Huh?
about, potentially just telling Attica about what they've been doing over there and having Attica just, send in the ships.
Feels like cheating would probably cause a bit of an incident because, the coalition likes its main moneymakers. But I mean-
Also, hundreds of thousands of innocent deaths.
Yeah, that's one of the issues we've been having as well.
If you tell them the right stuff, they're fucking scary over there.
Those ballista arrow magic cannon launcher fuckers think they hurt. Whatever they
I
have
can
on their ship.
attest.
And they probably don't want to send those in, but ground troops. But they may be busy because weird alien things.
That too. They might also just use them as more of an artillery type or to bombard their main,
They were
building
busy with
structure.
dragons last time.
Hey, wait, weren't those dragons kind of crystally?
Yes, they were.
What if
But I
there's any
don't know if
connection?
they have anything to do with these crystally.
May just be coincidence. May not. Who
Because
knows?
these crystally tend to not like psychic stuff, whereas those crystally tend to like using psychic stuff. I watched some guy's head just pop. It was gross.
Mm.
Oh,
It was
neat.
so gross.
But yeah,
Stares
we have that.
hauntingly at the fish as he eats it.
We do have that card to pull. There is also the fact of aside from the moral quandary, it was also, if we tell them that information, they may deem us a liability on the other end and take us out there as well. You know, loose ends and whatnot.
He'll shrug.
And I like living.
Yeah, I was personally trying to live as well.
He will shrug.
Tabled for now. Tabled for now. We'll come back to that decision later, eh?
Yeah. I was just asking for your opinions on the matter.
Normally they're very... They know what the fuck they're doing whenever it comes to violence. It could be fucking dark and gruesome, but...
That's most places around here at this point.
Yeah.
They just plate it with a shiny coat of gold.
And crimson.
Oh, hey. And crimson. But hey, now that you know all this information, if you want to do that, well, you look like you have a door thing for teleport, so that's an option for you as well now, I
It
guess.
works with jail cells. I haven't left the dungeon in weeks.
Well, if you want to make a trip to Attica, that's an option at some point in the future. By the way, to all the druids here, most people aren't like us, yet we are definitely not normal. So don't expect what we're doing to be what the normal folk do.
I ask you to speak for yourself.
You are not normal, don't lie.
I was perfectly normal.
You have had your brain invaded by
I
space
said it
alien
was.
things. Okay, you said was. Not anymore.
You did have your brain invaded.
I did.
So, anything else for any other stories to tell us, Father?
I'm more trying to build up nerve for what happens after this family dinner until, like, just kind of shoot a glance at your mother.
Listen, that's between you two. You're a man, you'll build up the nerve. Stone, something to note, Stonewall has broken his normal, like, just literally brick walls, just stone poker face to just a bit of a slight smile throughout the conversation. And dinner in general.
Your dinner fare may not be exactly, great, but the company. Could be
It's
worse.
the fact that he's got his family back. Everyone's here. They're eating and drinking. This is the best the situation has been in a very long time.
Eric, knowing what happens at the end of the session.
Well,
Yeah, that's right.
that's not ominous at all.
No,
It's happening soon, so I don't feel too bad about it.
Yeah. Well, anything else for us, Father?
I'm assuming you guys want to set up shop here for a bit, right?
Quite so, unless, well, I'm going to send contact to Vashnir, but...
Will you contact him? I'll contact whatever official channels still exist in the region, see if we can get small folk back to the area. Since the Band of Iron has been doing stuff north of here, I imagine most of the roads should be safe to travel.
Yes, I was going to contact and see if Nightbringer needed any aid with such as, well, since they have been an invaluable resource to us for what little time we were there.
He'll give a bit of a nod, and with a look that just kind of says, confidence, he'll say, we'll figure out some way to pay him back.
Well, it's been a bit of a long and emotionally draining day. I think I'll go write some things down and look over the table. Get people settled in, help them go around some places, and leave you two for some alone time.
As
Oh,
do you two have anything?
No, it's just him like hearing that, like, packing food up, getting it up. Nope, I'm out.
Okay.
Come on, Sanina, York. Let's get you guys a pick of the rooms you want.
As you lot are
No, we
leaving
also have to
the
loot a body.
We get a pick.
body's
We
just
get room.
that's just part of the loot of Siegebreaker at this point in time, along with the treasury.
It was just a comment as we walked out.
As you're walking out, you can see Jackson's mother kind of like Jack is terrified.
Hold on, I'm gonna help a man out and just send a small wisp of green smoke snaking across the floor and up into him real quick, like just subtly, quickly, and give him a bardic inspiration.
Actually, I'm gonna stop. I'll say as leading them out. You guys get pretty much a pick aside from a room that's not theirs or mine, and he'll run over real quick. Give his mother a hug and just whisper into her ear, "Give him hell."
She's obviously prepared to give him hell, so a hug kind of catches her off guard for a moment, and then she returns it. You have very low insight, but even you can tell that, like, what's happening now isn't something that she expected ever to have.
Family back. He'll unstone skin for the hug, by the way.
I imagine. As everybody's walking away, she'll kind of back Jack up against the door. You guys can't really hear what they're saying. And then there's just a resounding slap.
Ooh.
And then a door closes, and whatever else happens is up to the imagination.
Bad if we hired a musician to follow them.
By the way, no one eat on that table till I press the digitate it clean. We don't know what's going to happen in there.
Like she backed him to like a sub door. Not like the main dining room. That'd be obscene.
Doesn't mean he's not going to clean the furniture later anyways.
That too.
Yeah, I've eaten worse places.
Alright. Well, as you're kind of thinking about that, you do kind of look over and just see a desiccated body that little plant mouse have just latched onto. Yeah, it's kind of grim and gruesome in some of your hallways.
You guys are bothered by my centipede.
Look at it, it's terrifying.
Well, your centipede. Okay, so I've seen these things before. Your centipede was new. Kind of used to it now.
You haven't seen these centipedes before?
Not that kind.
Oh, you're in for a surprise.
I've seen small ones, nothing that big. Or with pickaxe, spider arm things.
Just pat him on the shoulder. It'll be good for you.
I'll probably light it on fire.
Bunch of druids are off talking to plants, so Sanina and York can probably sleep through the night somewhere?
I don't like how you said that.
Well, listen. There's a bunch of vines.
Find them
in the morning like, help!
I'm afraid you have to.
Always. Again.
Sanina, you want a room with a window?
No.
It might be covered in vines anyway. There.
Who does want a room with a window?
I don't want to be murdered.
On one hand, I do. On the other hand, every time I've gotten a room with a window, you have screwed me somehow.
Well, whoever has access to outside is going to be the one I go to with the camera at the final scene.
I don't know. Does Jackson have a window in his room?
You probably have one.
Well, I mean, Jackson has his room, so I've got a window. You guys can have one if you want.
Take a window. We're on like the 3rd floor. We're probably fine.
Okay. Anything else for this session?
Well, they won't let me identify the giant orb, so nothing
Weird
immediately
and
comes to mind.
Okay.
Oh yeah, right to Vashner.
You can just send him a message.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'll just write it out for Medina later.
So that said, he'll get it at the end of his session. Like, add that for, like,
His next
when he gets
one.
it. No, like,
Yeah.
he will receive that message at the end of his next session because they're all going to have the same ending.
Yeah, that's what I meant at the next of his upcoming one, his next one.
Okay.
At the end of it. Yeah. No, I'll get that. No.
All
Eric.
right.
Kill my family and burn my castle again.
And now they might actually stand a chance. That said, they're hard to
You
kill,
ready
so,
for
like,
an encore?
who knows? As you are turning in for bed, still gonna take the camera to York, just because he has the bigger window.
I don't know why I'm laughing. This is probably a bad thing.
York stands up. And fresh air might be nice.
Opens the window.
Just throws the window open, stands on the windowsill, breathing in that nice air.
Alright. As you're contemplating the nice outdoor air, you see a wave begin in the sky.
I'm sorry, what?
Do you see a distortion in the sky?
Oh no, an Ultra Beast.
And then a skyship will materialize. Shortly afterward, it looks official. It doesn't look like someone's, like, it doesn't look damaged in the way that bandits have taken it over and then tried to patch it or anything like this. It looks very official, and it looks to be running at full capacity. But shortly after it appears, you will hear a voice being broadcast from it that states, "The defensive lines have been broken. The enemy is advancing. Seek shelter immediately." And it will say so on repeat.
Look down. This fall wouldn't kill me. Turn back around, shut my window.
Shelter.
Well, I best go find people.
I don't know. You might hear Stonewall from his open window there. Then
Yeah, anything that has, like, any access to the outside is hearing this message.
Yeah. So York, you might hear Stonewall just yelling, "Son of a bitch! Can I not have one day of peace?"
The person yelling from the ship.
From down below. You hear down from down below. No, you can't. Have you ever listened to a single campfire story?
The person yelling from the ship will realize that they have left out a huge piece. Avoid large bodies of water. And add that to the repeating message.
Looks at river that can probably be seen from Siegebreaker.
It's actually really far away from your guys. Like, you have some smaller estuaries, but the big shit, it's far.
I didn't mean the giant river. I meant the just like the estuary that you were talking about before.
Like little streams.
Hey, Stonewall. I've been on to join in Sanine's plan of stabbing Filberts.
And we will go ahead. Go on.
It might be time to tell Attica.
I think that is Attica.
Let's go tell them.
Fuck. Just shuts the window.
That's more something for the time break.
That'll be.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That was what my window goes. Let's get Sanine and slam the window shut.
Because it seems like they may be busy at this point in time.
Yep.
But we can go ahead and call that session. There will be a short-ish time skip. You guys have full access to Siegebreaker and probably full access to anything that Vashnir and his people can get you as well. Send me things if there's any particular thing between now and then that you want to look at, try to initiate, whatever the hell it is you're doing. But at this point in time, congratulations, major plots done through circumstances that you participated in and other people's, the parasitic plight has come to an end. We are on to the next major arc. Woo.
And we still don't know what our prophecy was.
Well, the prophecy was the foretelling of this thing is fucking coming.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
yeah.
assumed it was the weird, creepy crystal voice you got.
Yeah. Like, it wasn't written in a normal prophecy way, but yeah.
That's enough.
Yeah.
That
That's
is
enough.
indeed a prophecy. It will come to pass.
It's okay. All three of us have a rock.
Yay! That's actually a huge amount of power thing.
Jackson will be definitely
Training with
training
it?
with him.
Yeah, I am assuming all three of you are, so by next time you're all gonna be tier 2. But we'll get to that probably between now and next proper session, which I may want a week off just to, like, be able to polish and incorporate every bit of information I'm gonna get, because I imagine the other group's gonna have something for me.
Well, I got some session zeros to slot into.
So, yeah. Thanks very much for participating thus far. I hope you enjoy the next major arc as much or more than you did this one. I'll try to keep doing okay. But yeah.
I'm enjoying this part. I like the adventuring parts a lot. What?
Alright.
Creepy crystal prophecy shit is down the alley.
Keep us away from the politics. Just let us be fuckheads wandering around.
For the
I
most
love
part.
the adventuring part. I'm not so great at the politics. I appreciate all the effort, though.
The politics are the thing I like best.
And none of us are suited for it.
I know, it hurts my
Terrible at
soul. But
You have a whole group to do politics with.
and they have been used as a puppet the entire time. It's kind of beautiful. I mean, you guys are doing great, people who look at this. Now let's end the recording and get the heck out of here. Thanks everybody for tuning in. We'll continue next time. Goodbye.